All right, welcome everybody. We are live, and I hope you're having a good day so far. I'm realizing as soon as I hit live that I forgot to start up one of my other streams, but I will multitask here. So, today, what I wanted to cover is some thoughts that I've had about the current state of affairs with AI, especially around generating content, be it code or brainstorming ideas for, say, fiction writing or lyric writing. There's a common pattern that I see, and I'm pretty sure this transcends many different disciplines. Of course it does. That is the importance of outlining and coming up with a rigid process that yields success consistently. And it's different from application to application, that is, discipline to discipline. But I think taking time to decide what you're trying to accomplish in any piece of work and then breaking it down into all the component parts as best as possible, brainstorming a bunch of ideas, and then fitting your best ideas together to create the work that you're after. And so I see a lot of people talking about what are called AI agents, and it just seems like it's this buzzword to try to get, I don't know what it is, try to get interest or investments into certain companies or something. But I see certain accounts like really conspicuously and suspiciously pushing AI agents. And the idea behind AI agents would be, let me see if I can find this website. The one that a lot of people push, and I'm not recommending this, is called Crew AI. Let me show my screen. Crew AI. Here we go. So basically, the way this type of thing works is they create a team of artificial personalities, all driven by these large language models, which we're going to use today. I think there's tons and tons of uses for language models, but I don't think agents are the really best way forward here. So let's just find an example here. Trip Planner Crew or Game Generator. Let's just click on those two. So if we scroll down here, I'm sure it'll give us a list of the agents that they're using. Maybe tripagents.py. So they have a city selection agent, a local expert, travel concierge. Those are the agents in this case. For the Game Builder Crew, they have, let's go to agents.py, senior engineer agent, QA engineer agent, chief QA engineer agent. So QA stands for quality assurance. So I just don't think this is the right way to go about this. And so it seems like and I don't want to insult anybody. Shout out to the people who are trying to innovate and come up with interesting ways to use this technology. I believe this is an open source project, so that's pretty amazing that people are putting their work out there for free for people to use. But I just don't think it's going to be a good use of people's time to implement this. I haven't seen a single really great demonstration using agents. I also watch a lot of videos, and it just seems like people aren't getting any traction with it. And so what I'm proposing is an entirely different way to do this. And we talked about this the other day, and I put a link down below if you haven't seen the series that I've been doing on my other channel. If you're on YouTube, go check it out. It's in the description, linked in the description. So we made this live the other day, and we're going to make another more general workflow handler in a second here. But this was a plugin designer that I made the other day for jQuery. jQuery is a great front end, as it's called, like user interface / dynamic website functionality suite. So a jQuery plugin just lets you make a reusable code that you can just drop into any page and use it over and over again. We're going to make a jQuery plugin today. But and let me just walk through this example here. So the plugin that we're going to make is AI Workflow Manager. A jQuery plugin. So I'm describing the objectives to walk through a workflow let's say a pre-specified, can't type, pre-specified workflow, prompting the user for relevant information at each step. Then, when the workflow calls for it, it will send requests to a LLM, such as ChatGPT, to brainstorm and get ideas as specified by the workflow. The user will then adjust these ideas and continue through the workflow. So I can click go here, and basically it's going to do two, not ChatGPT, I think it's using Qwen 2, which is a new open source model from Alibaba, of all people. So we'll click go here, and it's going to come up with an example usage call, and it's going to come up with a list of functions. So this is having made a bunch of jQuery plugins manually. This is the best way that I think there is to go about it. Whenever you're writing new code, you want to just imagine that the code exists and that you're ready to use it. What's the best way to invoke what you're picturing? So in this case, it's doing, on my element here, workflow container dot AI workflow manager, and it's passing a workflow, which is exactly what I was thinking. I mean, it's just a little bit of a shame that the formatting's so bad here. Let me put this in a new tab over here. In a, what's it called? A new file. This formatting is awful. But it's defining the workflow in stages. And for each stage, it looks like it has a prompt. So it's just giving me an idea from the start. Of course, if we're writing a book or if we're writing software, we never just want to go with what the language model tells us and just say, okay, calling it a day. But it can really get the creative juices flowing, give us some ideas, and then we fine-tune it and continue. I would never, for example, want to just set a bunch of quote-unquote AI agents loose and tell it to make this plugin because it can't read my mind. It can't even really assess how good the ideas it comes up with are, right? It's just kind of pissing in the wind. All right, so let's see here. What are some potential improvements? So it's basically asking, please provide your initial idea. So I don't even really like this too much. I mean, we would need, say, var name. This will be the variable name that we can refer to in the future. Idea, call it idea. And then down here, what are some potential improvements? It's not even a really great example there, but you see it gives an idea. I just kind of want to show what we've covered so far. And welcome to everybody in the chat. Hope you're having a good day. So list of functions, start workflow, next step, previous step, get current step. I don't even really like much of anything it came up with here, to be honest. But let's just pretend that we've gotten the ideas back. We're going to edit them to our liking, and then we're going to click generate here. And I'm realizing I have a bug in my code. Let's fix this. So the part here, generated code. I think it's because I changed this at the end of the last stream because there's a bug. I don't think I need this here. Let's try it again. So I'll just copy this bit here. AI workflow manager. So again, it's prompting the language model to come up with these ideas. And they're going to be slightly different from run to run. And then I'm going to click generate. That's much better. So what this does is basically fleshes out the jQuery plugin. It doesn't implement all the functions, but it creates enough of a skeleton, enough of a framework, the scaffolding, that when it comes time to... So I might want to edit this more, give some more context for each of these functions that I'm making. But then I can click this, and then it puts it all into a prompt for copying and pasting into ChatGPT. And I'm thinking it looks a little bit weird. It looks like maybe the lines didn't. No, okay, it's fine. So the idea is now I have this great prompt that I just paste into ChatGPT or something, and I hit the ground running because instead of me typing this all out from scratch, this is a much higher likelihood of getting a good result. So there's a couple of really important aspects that I see when it comes to using these language models. And I think one of the most important things is choosing the best model for each task. And the best model choice comes down to the price, the value, and how well it does at the one, part, the one cog in the machine that we're asking it to do. And then we also sometimes want to parse out the response. So for example, when I'm asking here for a list of functions, behind the scenes, I can actually click this button here. And let's go to ChatGPT. This is the prompt that's being asked. And if I send this off, you'll see it has some introductory comments. At least when I ask ChatGPT, I could ask any number of models. On this page here, well, this one, you can see all the models that are on my radar that I'm looking at potentially using for some job in the future. So I paste this here, and I could try Qwen 2. This is the one we're actually using. And you see, basically, it's giving me a list. It's very similar to the ChatGPT response, but I need to parse it out. I don't want this first line here. I don't need this bottom line here. So I've built this other page here, which I think is something I don't really see many other people doing, but it's crucial. And that is that we need to create parsers for extracting the key parts of the response. So it doesn't have to be code. In this case, it's pretty easy because I can just look for anything that has some text and then an open and a close parenthesis. And sometimes there'll be a variable in the open close parenthesis, and we want to get that as well. So you can see at the right here, I have the actual result from my parser, which is written in JavaScript. And then I have an expected result, and I can basically just compare the two and see if it got it right. So this allows me to periodically bring in more. I could click here. I don't think I've run this yet for Qwen. So let me click Qwen 2. It's doing this live. It's asking Qwen 2. I'm making a jQuery plugin for speech-to-text enhanced text boxes, which is an old idea I had a long time ago. But it's waiting for the response back from Qwen 2, unless I have an error somewhere. I might have an error somewhere. Let me try this again with the console open. But the idea is I track the run history. So I have a bunch of different runs in here. So for this one, I used Mistral Small. For this one, I used Claude 3 Haiku. And the idea is that we want to be able to try out new prompt and parser combinations, because we can always design our prompt to ask for data back in a very specific way, which can help how easily we can parse it out. Now this transcends asking for code. Let me check my debugger here, or my network. That's really weird. It's almost like it's not even asking the server. I haven't actually used this page in a while. Let me debug this. I'll show my screen again. So this is the class for the button. I can search this in my code. I can come in here, put a breakpoint. So this is what happens when I click the button, any of these buttons. And then I can step over, step over, step over. So it's about to do a final run prompt. Here's the prompt. The host is OpenRouter, the model name. I click step in, it goes to this function. And we step over, And I want to see here. Okay, so now we're at run AI prompt. I step in. Here's the key code. And I want to see if it bails. I did edit this earlier today to try to make it better. Might have broke it. Let me turn that off. Okay, so what's my access mode? Local server. Do I not have that on here? No, it's right here. No, that's really weird. Okay. So I need to fix that. I'll do that on my own time, but we can change this to something else here. Let's change this to let's open this up here. Not even too important that we get this, but this is an important component that I don't see many people talking about, the parsers. So let's see. Local underscore server. Let's try this again. So I click the button, and the final run prompt trying to see where it even came up with that. Step in. Okay, so that's like the default here. I think it might be changed now to just PHP. So I think we could fix this real quick. And shout out to everybody joining. Sorry for the hiccup here. So if I go to my AI client, search for this line. So here's like the key check. So if it's host direct, do this. If it's pinhole, do this. If it's PHP. So I changed it to PHP a long time ago. And just so you know, pinhole allows me to develop on a local machine, a local host, and still access sites that require me to be on a secure HTTPS connection. It's a little advanced for this episode here, but this should help. All right, so let's try it one more time here. So it says waiting. Let me check and see if it's talking to the server. Doesn't look like it. This is annoying. So another thing I can do here is I just want to do host direct for now. So run AI prompt. I'll just put the option here. What was it? Access mode host underscore direct. All right. Yeah, I've been thinking a lot about how to best do these agents, or rather how to do it alternatively. Okay, now we're actually talking straight to open router. It should get a response back here. Sorry for the... There we go. And so we can see it just got run live. And we can test and see, we can look and see if it got it right or not. Did any of these have... So pretty interesting. These are, it's a crazy series of ideas that it gave me. All these different set profanity filter, set recognition, max alternative. So crazy ideas that Gwen gave us. But that's not really the question. The question is, does it parse it correctly? And it does. So I'll just click correct here. parsed it correctly. So what this allows me to do is I can have a number of parsers and then a number of tests if I wanted to. And basically, some of the time, so if I go over here to field mapping, this is an interesting case. So I'm making a page here. Let me go to my data browser. We'll open AE. Let's just go to the main page. So I'm building this suite of tools, which allows me to run tons of queries and bring in tons of information from the language models. If there's ever a window, like if they ever release some crazy new AI and we see this opportunity to grab a bunch of useful information or generate a bunch of really interesting song ideas or a bunch of really interesting short story ideas or whatever, I'm ready to pounce. And I'll be putting this out in due time. It's taking me a bit longer. I've been really obsessively doing this stuff for like 6 months now. Okay, but what I'm trying to show is for import data. So say I have a Excel sheet and I'm trying to import my Excel sheet into a new project. And the columns are, let's go back to this page here. First name, email address, last name, created on. And I'm trying to import them into another table, which might have slightly different table names. Not a great example because this is like personal information versus research stuff, which would be what I'm actually doing. But what's cool is these language models can really facilitate a lot of our grunt work. So instead of having to like manually think about, okay, what does first name map to? What does last name map to? What does email address map to? Et cetera, I can just ask the various language models. Now, one thing that's a little concerning here. Okay, I'm just going to refresh the page. It didn't automatically change that section. So this is a bit different because there's a single correct answer, as opposed to the last one, which has to do with parsing whatever the LLM brainstorms. In this one, there's an exact answer. First name goes with F name, email address goes with email, last name goes with L name. And so what's cool is I have like, look at how crazy this response is. It's still passed, but it's like just ranting and ranting. But what's cool is I can try out different parsers. So if it fails in a couple of different ways and I want it to succeed, I can rework the parser and then try it with all the backlog, all the records I have. And I can try it with new models as they pop up. So for example, Quen 2 just popped up the other day. We'll try this out. Pass. So it nailed it. And my point is, another aspect is the value. So if we have to run a query a million times, we obviously want to pay as little as possible. So we want to find the model that does the most accurate work for the least price in such a way that we can parse it consistently and accurately. All right, so with that in mind, that's what I'm thinking as part of the workflow process. So I know I'm jumping all around. Let's get back to the task at hand here. I'm trying to build from scratch a workflow managing tool. It's technically a jQuery plugin with calling the language models. And you can see at the bottom here, let me see if I can zoom in for everybody. This is all I have on the page so far. I just wanted to make sure this was working, so I didn't have to fiddle with this, although we fiddled with something else. So I can call run AI prompt, and I can pass it the prompt, the name of the host that I want to talk to. Open Router is a really cool site. They have a bunch of models. So if we go over here, click browse. It's not really what I wanted. Rankings. So if we scroll down here, you can see how many models they have. 158 models, including Anthropic, ChatGPT, Llama. Many, many different types of models are on here. So we're just going to stick with this one today. And they try to find the lowest price because for different models, there'll be different providers. So for example, if we search for Llama 3 for Meta, and if we go to providers, we'll see there's a whole, well, actually there's just one here. Oh, this is the base model. Okay. So we don't really want the base model. We want the instruct model or the chat model. So instruct models or chat models are more like an assistant, like ChatGPT. So this is the one I'm looking for, kind of hard to find. But what we see is there's Deep Infra, Octo AI, Lepton, Novita, never heard of that one, Together, Fireworks, Perplexity. And they all have different prices. And it tries to find the lowest price. It says they load balance requests across providers weighted by price unless you use dynamic routing. So I don't know if it always pings the lowest priced one, but it is a convenient way to try to have these companies bid and get the best deal. So going back to here, there's still a question of which model do we want to use. So that's the third parameter that we sent in. And then the fourth parameter is basically, I know this is a mess. Oh, I wasn't even showing my screen. Shoot. Sorry, folks. So these are all the companies here that are bidding with each other. This is Open Router. They have like a chart that shows how much people are using all the models combined and which models. And it's a very interesting site. But what I'm trying to show is we have this tool ready to go. Run AI prompt. So for example, what is the capital of France? I asked here, and I turned on JSON mode, which is an interesting feature that some of the models have. And the ones that don't can still usually do it because the way it works is it just puts in the system prompt, which is a key concept. The system prompt is like where you tell the language model what it is. So you can usually, like the default is you are a helpful assistant, but you could also say you are an expert screenwriter. You are an expert fiction writer or whatever. And sometimes that'll tweak the behavior a bit. So for JSON mode, in addition to sometimes models straight up supporting JSON mode, true, we put in the system prompt, you are a helpful assistant that responds in JSON mode. So for example, that's what we see here. The response comes back in addition to telling us how many tokens, which we can kind of ignore. The key thing here is the response. And that's just the new line character, which is a little bit confusing, but basically just saying the capital is pairs in an object format. Down here, I don't use the system, or I don't use JSON mode, but the system prompt, I say, you are an assistant who always speaks in French, regardless of the language that the question is asked in. And it says, La capitale de la France est Paris. And I apologize for butchering the French pronunciation. But the system prompt is a very, very powerful part of the capabilities of these models. Make sure to zoom out. So the task today is to, at a very general level, from scratch, make a jQuery plugin that will allow me to solve these problems all at once. And this is a good way whenever you're trying to solve a problem, it's good, in my opinion, to generalize it as much as possible, think about similar problems, and try to kill multiple birds with the same stone. So here are some that I wanted to try to tackle today. What if we wanted to write books? So thinking about plot twists, thinking about characters, thinking about what happens chapter to chapter, and getting the language model to brainstorm ideas for us. Then we cherry pick the best ideas. Maybe we do a couple different models, vary our prompts around, come up with a game plan. And then that's kind of our starting point. We have an outline, and we can say, here's our outline, here are all the characters, write chapter 1. And it's just, we'll see what it comes up with. And again, I don't think the current state of these language models is anything to write home about. I wouldn't write a book using these language models to do it all, like especially in one go. And I certainly wouldn't have a um, a team of AI agents, as so many people are saying is the future, which it might be the future. I don't think so, though. I think keeping it on Rails with a goal in mind and overseeing the process and having an outline that is linked to your major content and vice versa. I think that's going to be the key. So the second task I wanted to try to solve here is writing lyrics for a song. So let me kind of start outlining these ideas while I talk. So say we have a theme, we input the theme, and then the question is, okay, what are some rhyme ideas? What should we do with the chorus and verses? Outline for the song. Maybe even rhyme ideas per verse, chorus. What about, I like alliteration, so we'll just add this here, alliteration ideas. Probably spelled that wrong. All right, so what about web software? Well, we have the concept/objectives, and I have a very specific definition of web software here. It's going to be like, okay, what database tables do we need? That'll be the PostgreSQL. Then we need the PHP helper functions for saving and loading from the database. And maybe some jQuery plugins and some pages. So instead of trying to do this all in one go, we're trying to divide and conquer the work down and come up with a bunch of really useful queries to run, to pull in some information from the LLMs, and do so in a maybe somewhat cyclical fashion, although that's not what I was going to say. Keep it on Rails so that we're always moving towards the goal and we're always overseeing each step. So it gives us the ideas and we can always throw them out. I think we should be very picky, throw out a lot of ideas. But, part of this is just to experiment and see what to expect from these language models and what can we achieve in this session today. So what about a screenplay? The reason I put this up there is because the AI art is getting really, really amazing. And that's transcending into videos. They're making videos with AI art. And they're even making like consistent characters as well, which I think is really crazy. So it creates a whole new way to express yourself. In the future, I really think the ideas it's going to come down to who has the best ideas. Who can dream up the most compelling ways to storytell. And then, this can be for social activism. This can just be for creative expression, et cetera, et cetera. But I think it's going to come down to, who can dream up the craziest, best software, because we're going to be able to achieve way more than we could in prior decades. So we need to dream bigger to accommodate that. All right, so for screenplay, it's going to be very similar to writing books. So we can put these two together kind of. So for the books, we prompt for overview of the story. What do we want to convey? Then who are our characters? And profiles for each. Plot ideas, twists, etc. What about the ending? We could even say the beginning. That's probably a crucial part of a book. The beginning, the ending. I just kind of think it'd be like I do like what these people are dreaming up as far as the AI agents, in the sense of it'd be cool to like go to sleep and hit the run button and come back in the morning and have like 100 short stories of varying qualities with plot twists and just the potential for any of them to be a springboard that you could make, a cool animated film from, or turn into a short story, or turn into a full-length book, etc. I do like that idea. And of course, you need to evaluate and see how well each of them came out. But I do like the idea of having like idea generation engines. So let's see here. Writing screenplay would be pretty similar. Really, the difference here is that we're organizing books into organizing the content into chapters and paragraphs. Whereas screenplays would be, what is it called? I know there's the intermission. Play parts? I'm already blanking. There's no paragraphs, right? There's character lines. So we'll flesh this out some more in a second. But where should we start? Let's start with writing books. So going to here, we need to think up, how do we want to organize the workflow manager? So I think we should have stages. For each stage, we can assume that all the other stages have run. There might be just user input, and there might be LLM requests. And they all will have var names. Or maybe we'll just call it name, just to keep it simple. And let me change the language here to JavaScript so it'll do syntax highlighting. So this is called JSON right here. Actually, I don't know if it's technically JSON, since I think these might have to be in double quotes. But it's a JavaScript object, which is what JSON stands for. JavaScript Object Notation. So if you can learn how to write like this, it makes it very, very easy to write jQuery plugins or write JavaScript. So what we're trying to do is come up with exactly what we want this AI workflow manager to take as its input. It doesn't even exist yet. We're just kind of dreaming this up. This is by far the best way to make new software, whatever language you're writing in. If you need a new function, you should just pretend like it exists and just write it into your code, like var my idea equals get awesome idea. Do I need to pass it anything? Well, I want it to be a book idea, for example, just a random example there. And then I'm like, okay, I've got to go implement get awesome idea. But having it in this format where you can see the value, and you're like, wow, yeah, if that was a real function, that'd be awesome. Same with classes, same with, in this case, jQuery plugins. Okay, so please provide your initial idea. So we're using the book example. Please provide an overview of the story. And the name here is overview. And then please provide, and I'm picturing like a cyclical process here. So we might have a prompt that just comes up with additional ideas, and we can just copy and paste any ideas or just manually edit any of these initial stages. So also, there's a problem here. This is an array, workflow is an array, but I want there to be multiple prompts, multiple text boxes per step of the process. So we're going to add an additional array within the array. I think. No, let's do an object. So curly braces are an object, it's like a dictionary, key value pairs. Whereas square brackets are an array, which is like a list. could be a list of integers, a list of objects, a list of true falses, whatever you're dealing with. So for the workflow objects in the main array here, we want to have title. We'll just put step 1 for now. Overview. And then in here we'll have items, which will be an array. And that's where these will go. And then step 2 will be characters and plot. Please provide a character list for the story. Please provide plot ideas for the story. And what I'm thinking is we'll automatically fill it in with the ideas from ChatGPT or whatever model we use. We'll probably use some cheaper version, some cheaper model than ChatGPT. Although we could always ask ChatGPT and copy and paste it. A key aspect here is we're bringing in ideas from the language models, but there's always going to be the manual override. All right, so characters and plot. Characters and plot. All right, so then I kind of like the idea of twists. I kind of want all my, just for the sake of this exercise, I want them all to have twists. What is the big plot twist or twists in this story? And I've got to change some of these other things here. Also, I did like the idea that it came up with here. LLM request true. So for all of these, I want LLM request true. And also we're going to take the LLM response as part of the callback. All right. So let me just grab this. What are some other things that we can do here? I'm going to keep hitting save, aren't I? Let me save this off. All right, so let's name these. Overview. Please provide, what's the other one? What do we want to convey with this story? Emotions, moral of the story, etc. with this story. What to convey. So we're just giving things names, which is a big part of programming. Probably the biggest part. What do we want to convey? And then step 2, maybe this will be step 3, characters and plot. And then for step 2, we'll come up with more ideas about what we want to convey. Let's call it brainstorming. So it's fun just to dream up what would be an awesome plugin. That's what I'm doing right now. Dreaming up an awesome plugin. It doesn't even exist yet. So the sky's the limit in terms of what I can put in this. It's already like almost 100 lines. Let's be correct. It's 81 lines. And basically we're passing this big workflow object to this plugin that doesn't exist yet, but it will soon. This is the fastest way to have a cool plugin, is just pretend or just imagine what it would be, what the plugin would be if this awesome plugin existed. Okay, so step 1, overview. Step 2, brainstorming. Step 3, characters and plot. getting close. I don't want to go too far off before we start actually fleshing this out. So for brainstorming, let's see. What are some other ideas for the story overview? And what are some other ideas? What are some other things we can convey with this story? So we'll just put convey brainstorming for the name. And these I probably won't reference further on. This is just to help me bring in some more ideas, and I'll have to incorporate them into my step 1 if I want them to be passed along. So overview brainstorming. Okay, down here, after characters and plot, I think we need to have an outline section. One of the best pieces of advice my mom ever gave me when I was a kid. Always write an outline. I don't always do it, but it does help to see the big picture and then be able to drill in and do each part, execute each part. So let's do the outline. It's also, speaking of outlines, let's see. Okay, the beginning, the ending, and the chapters. Let's do that. How should the story begin? What's a good opening? Then down here, what should happen? Or write an outline of what should happen in each chapter of the story. And then down here, how should the story end? Finale. So, chapter outline, I'm just giving names. And I'm already realizing I need to also feed in the responses from the other sections into each of these. And let's just keep fleshing this out. So, story opening. Plot ideas. So this name here lets me reference it later on in future prompts. So plot twists. All right, so let's go back to the plugin manager or the plugin designer. And this is something I built the other day live on a stream. So if you want to go check that out, click the link in the description. It's on my other channel. I have a whole playlist of videos in the series if you are new to it and you're interested. So I'll just say here, here's what I'm thinking for example usage. Please advise. So I'm fleshing this part out a little bit, and then we're hitting go again. So this should help give it an idea of what I'm looking for. Wait for this to update. So workflow, we already have that. What else? Anything else? So it's not passing anything else. It just took what I gave. So it's not too helpful. I'm not actually liking this too much. But we can manually do any updates here. So the list of functions, I want it to be render workflow step number, run LLM query, and then we'll have a callback here. So callback is like a set of logic, a function that runs as soon as it's done. So render workflow step, run LLM query. We'll do update text box with LLM response. Box name and response. And that should be good. Let's click generate here. Make prompt. So let's see what ChatGPT gives us. Control K starts a new chat. And I'll be right back. 1 second. All right, it says here's a complete implementation of the jQuery plugin you requested. So this is good. Some of this I'll just gut out. Render workflow step, current step, so it starts at 0. Calls init, which is good too. Which I don't see. Okay, right here. So I'm going to follow up here. This is where ChatGPT shines. I want to be able to define for each item in each workflow step the actual prompt to send to the LLM. In the prompt declaration, I want to be able to use curly brace placeholders to insert the contents from other items. For example, what's the first one? Overview. Also, I want to use content editable divs instead of text areas for text input. Here's an example of a page that does something similar. And I'm just going to give it the entire page we wrote the other day. This one. So in this code here, which we wrote, which we created from scratch with the help of ChatGPT a couple days ago, I have click handlers for each of these buttons. So that's this. Where'd it go? That's here. Every time I click a button, it's taking the appropriate other content, turning it into queries, or just putting it into new text formats that I can copy and paste elsewhere. And so I think this will be a good example. It's 314 lines. Sometimes code gets the idea across to ChatGPT even better than sitting and trying to explain it. So here's the updated version. We'll let it print this out. Let me shout out some people in the chat. Shout out to ARAM watching on Rockfin, and shout out to Shorty joining us on YouTube. Definitely say hello if anybody else is watching. Not sure what's going wrong with Odyssey. Hopefully it's streaming there. Okay, good. All right, so it's probably giving us a pretty good start here. So that's the usage example. I don't know. I don't see. Let's correct it. Correction. The usage example should have the prompts declared. explicitly using the placeholder notation. For example, for, and we'll find a good example here. So always be picky. That's like my number one rule. So for overview brainstorming, it should be something like this. And we'll just say, I have this idea for a book. And then using the placeholder notation, we'll put overview. And I'm trying to convey what to convey. So whatever I had typed in that box, or whatever's currently in that box, will be passed along. And I'll say, what are some other ideas for the story? I'll put, what are some other high-level / big picture ideas for the story? So let's see what it comes up with. And so also, since we're working on the actual plugin implementation, the code for the plugin and the usage example, I'm hoping that it'll also implement what I just described. So send LLM, one second. Send LLM request prompt. Where's prompt come from? Prepare prompt, which swaps out the placeholders. From prompt, what does it pass in here? Item.llm prompt. Okay, and then we have LLM prompt. So it's doing both of the implementation and the usage example here, which is good. Nice. So see how it's actually filling in all of these LLM prompts? This is great. All right, so let's try this out here. So we've got to make a new plugin here. And then I have the usage example. We'll put the usage example on the page we already have. Book writing workflow. Just need to make sure we do this on the ready. So I currently have nothing on this page. So put in the script tag. This is where we can put all of our JavaScript that we need. And it's always a good idea to wait for the page to load, which is document.ready if we're using jQuery. So by the way, this jQuery plugin one that we made the other day, I could rewrite this, I probably will at some point, to utilize this new plugin. At the beginning of that stream the other day, I was like, yeah, should we make a jQuery plugin to make jQuery plugins? And I'm like, no, it's going to get way too confusing. So I'm glad we didn't do that. But basically, that kind of dovetails into what we're doing here today. Although I don't want to do the jQuery plugin again, since time is precious. I want to focus on this other stuff. Because this could be, like, imagine if there's a report that you have to do for work. And you spend 5 hours on this report every time you have to fill it out. Well, what if you could get that down to just spending 2 hours and make the report twice as good? That's a trade-off that I think everyone would want to take, right? So workflows are just a general performance-enhancing tool. And so this is just an example I think it's a fun example. Trying to come up with a fictitious scenario. So we can write the next 1984 or whatever. Okay, so workflow container. And if that's a good example. If you think about 1984, there's so much that Orwell packed into that book that he was able to squeeze in. It's almost like a puzzle where you're, and I'm sure he had many ideas that never manifested into a whole book because he's like, oh no, that's not really, there's not enough pieces there. There's not enough pieces there. And then he thought of a scenario that was perfect and then fleshed it out and fleshed it out and fleshed it out, probably threw out a bunch of stuff along the way. So certainly I'm not proposing that we have the chimpanzees just randomly clicking the keyboard or the next step up, which is the LLMs just randomly spitting out tokens. That's not what I'm proposing here. What I'm asking myself is how much of a boon is it if we can really think about what are the parts of whatever we're doing from day to day that we want to excel at, be it writing books or making great articles, research reports, making lyrics for songs, etc., etc. And I also think that we're in a phase of technology now where whole new ways to express ourselves are becoming available. So people shouldn't rule out writing books or making screenplays because the cost of doing these things is going way down. Okay. So it gave us this idea. We're doing this on the ready. I got off on a tangent. If I open a new... actually, I already have one here. We need to save this into a JS file. So we'll just put this straight in the JS folder. We'll call this AI Workflow Manager.js. And then we'll include it. And I'm curious to see how close it gets. It'd be crazy if it, well, we'll have to see. I wasn't even showing my screen. My apologies. I keep showing the wrong screen. But basically, I just put things into files. So the JS needs to go into JS file or in a script tag. All right, let's try it out here. It's probably not going to work with, that's something I can tell it while I work on the next step. So here is how we talk to the LLMs. Remember, we already had this. The response is copy the message. So we'll fire that. Shoot. Oh, that's fine. Okay, so it's going to update that for us. So let's go to this page. jQuery is not defined. Okay. Let's fix that. So jQuery is a JavaScript library that is on some absurd high percentage of websites on the internet. And for good reason. Because it really makes web development so much easier. But you have to make sure to put it before any scripts that use it. So I just have to reverse those two tags there. So I'm not seeing anything load up, but that's probably because here, with jQuery plugins, it operates on an element. So we have here workflow container, which doesn't actually exist on the page, which we're going to add in this body tag that I need to put. Body. Then we have div ID equals. So again, one of the most important lessons with web development is that for HTML, you always want to have an end tag for every tag that you open up here. There are some exceptions, but those just prove the rule. I mean, for the most part, and even if you forget the exceptions and always put the end tag, it's not the end of the world. It's a good thing. But then for any tag that we have, be it body, script, whatever, div is a very common tag. We can put ID equals, give it an ID. We want that to be unique across the whole page. There's another thing that we can do is class equals. And I could put my class, for example. And what's cool about classes is you can have a bunch of different classes. They need to be separated by spaces. So you could have my class 2 space, my class 3. And so this element here has 3 different classes and an ID. And then whenever we're talking about an element with a certain ID, we use the hash sign, hash workflow container. And for classes, it's dot. And that applies to CSS and jQuery. CSS is how we stylize our page. So you see here we're doing the hash assign workflow container. So we're talking about the element with the ID workflow container. So let's refresh here. Boom. So step 1 overview. Please provide an overview of the story. And it correctly interpreted that I want there to be content editables instead of text boxes for this. Perfect. So time to think up a story. So I was thinking of a dystopian. And actually, before we get into this too much, let's get the latest and greatest here. Trying to see, sometimes it'll abbreviate and leave certain parts of the code out. So you have to be on the lookout for code loss. But 4.0 is a lot better. It's also really good to watch the line number, how many lines you've got. So we have 91 lines here. If I paste in, it's down to 86, which might be an issue. Might not. Probably just compacted, since we have that really good convenience method to talk to the LLMs. So let's refresh here. Dystopian novel about a woman named Sophie and her childhood in a I was thinking of this idea for a book where in a world, so there's going to be social media, and the illusion that everything is wonderful. And I'm doing a terrible job explaining this, but that's part of this process. And people can express themselves freely. There's a weird incident in her childhood where her dad's behavior changes. I'll put in parentheses. He learned the truth about how the government controls the masses. And shortly after, she's told he died of a sudden illness. She then pursues trying to figure out what's going on, since his behavior left some questions and clues. She finds a group of internet activists and notes more strange disappearances, etc. She uncovers that there is a controlled opposition network of influencers who are tricking the dissenters into poisoning themselves with anti-fertility drugs and cyanide. Josh Sigurdson. All right, that's probably good for now. Need to make sure I copy and Alex Jones, Stu Peters. I think there's a great storyline here. What do we want to convey? A sense that something is wrong, not just in the book, in the fictitious world in the book, but also in the world the reader resides. So a couple things about the storyline here, or about the page. Let's see, this has label workflow item. Let's put some margin top. So what's great about web development these days is we have so many tools. So one great thing is if we're editing a page and we have it open in our browser, we can leverage all these classes. Remember I told you that there's classes and IDs? So if I hit this plus button over here, it's going to add a new rule. Just for brainstorming, you got to remember to copy this into your code if you like it. And so what I want to do here is put like margin top 20 pixels. See how it spaces it out more. Also, so I'll remember to copy this here. And what I'm going to do is we need to have, okay, we already have some CSS rules, so we'll just add it to the end of the list here. All right, so workflow item. So here's another rule I want to add. So workflow item space label. Font size 22 pixels. So once you pick a number, then you can mouse, or you can hit the arrow keys up and down and find a good position. Also, I want to make it blue. Light blue. Just to make it really obvious. I have my favorite color schemes for sure. And people have their own preferences, which is cool because when you're making your web pages, you can perfect it to your desire. And also, I'm well aware that, you know, there's people that are afraid of blue light, but then these same people have like Substacks and websites that use like white backgrounds. I don't know if they know that white has red, green, and blue. And it creates like this optical illusion, like a brain malfunction where you don't really know what you're looking at. You run out of colors, so it looks like white. So just they might want to turn their themes to dark mode. It'd be so much better than being afraid of blue accents in a dark mode. Okay, so I have this copied out. Let's hit next and just see what happens. Okay, so that's not really what I want. I don't want it to go to, I don't want it to remove the prior section. So let's figure out what that is. And also, actually, what I want to do is fire up the, I have this page here, Code Sculptor. I haven't released it yet. I want to release it to everybody. Or at least to people on Substack who support the show. Same with, by the way, this plugin that I'm making right now, AI Workflow Manager. I want to release this to supporters on Substack. I've already put out an awesome suite of tools for BERT, which is a text classifying language model. Packs a big punch. And then I'm going to also publish here soon another really awesome suite of tools. Let me show you this that I'm working on for neural networks. So for example, this is a pretty complex neural network here. Or actually, the neural network's not very complicated, but it's doing a regression on a pretty complicated equation here. So I generated, 10,000 data points using this equation here, the square root of the absolute value of, I don't even know what this is, x m1 sine x plus cosine x. And so I ran it, and you can see how well it fits to this line. So these neural networks are super powerful. I'm going to be putting that out shortly. That's one of the things I've been working on. I'm trying to document it, make a video for it, and I want to keep putting out awesome code to the people who support on Substack. So just go to timtruth.com, sign up there. It's only $5 a month, and you'll get all this code and more. All right, let's keep going through here. So the issue that we just identified is it's moving to step 2, but I still want step 1 up there because, for example, step 2 is helping me flesh out step 1 with the help of language models. So let's go back here. I'm noticing a lot of issues. So render workflow step. Let's see if it clears the content. So yeah, self.element.empty is the key section here. That's emptying it. So we will refresh this page, and thankfully I saved the text. Isn't it crazy that Josh Sigurdson pushes cyanide on his audience and invoking the idea that we'd live in a world without cancer if everybody took cyanide? Just reminds me of that song Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap. Cyanide? All right, let's go here. It's not funny. I shouldn't laugh. It's fucking deranged. Evil. Tell him I said so. All right, so continuing along here. So now we still have part 1 when step 2 pops up. Now when I hit next here, I'm wondering if it's gonna talk to OpenRouter. Let's see. No. So let's figure out where it's supposed to and where it fails. And also, I think the ivermectin stuff is even worse than the bitter apricot kernels. And that's a huge scandal. As you've heard me expose many a time. All right, so back to here. What's going on? So let's search for send LLM request. Should fire run AI prompt. So render workflow step. Oh. It's doing it on blur. So blur is where you have something highlighted and then you mouse off of it. So now it's firing to OpenRouter. It's not really what we want though. Let's see what happens when it finishes. So it gets a response, but it doesn't do anything with it other than log it, which I guess is all we asked it to do in the action. Okay, so for action, I want it to, let's put text box as the first parameter for all of these. And we could generalize this more. I don't know if we need a callback like this. I think in all the cases when we get a response from the LLM, we just want to put it into the box. So where does it call action? So send LLM request. Callback is right here. So it's passing user input. So it's starting to get a bit complicated, but we'll flesh this out. So instead of just the action, let's have a function which will do the action. And so what is the LLM response? User input and the response. So I just need to pass the text box, which is this, but we might lose the context here. So let's do tbox equals this. And then we'll pass this along here as the first parameter to action. Also, we should just be able to go tbox dot text is resp dot response. But the problem here is I don't want it to happen on blur. That's where you have something. Sorry, I'm not showing my screen. That's where you have something selected and you take it off, you move on to the next thing. I want it to happen when the next button gets hit. Where is that? So look for any click handlers. Let's see. So it's having to do with these buttons. Button, next. So what triggers render workflow step? Okay, on click, render the workflow step. What I want to do is fire off any queries here. And then render the workflow step. So right here. So we don't need the blur. It's probably not this anymore. It's definitely not this. So when you're in a click handler, this will be whatever got clicked that triggers it. So in this case, a button. The next button is this. But what we want is the prior let's see. So we can even put this down a little bit here, this increment to the current step. And so we should be able to, well, let's just ask ChatGPT. That's what we can do. Can you give me a plugin function for firing all the LLM requests for a certain step number? So it's interesting, 4.0 definitely tends to give you a bunch of code back, which can be good. It was definitely annoying with version 4, how it would just abbreviate things. You'd have to go hunt down where to put it. Sometimes 4.0 is annoying because I just want that one function. But let's see here. Fire LLM request for step. I just need this. And so what I want to do is basically, we'll comment this out for now. And we'll fire it for the current step, then increment the step, and then render the next step. Oops. So it's not fire LLM request for step, it's self dot fire LLM request for step, which allows us in the future to have a bunch of these plugins on the same page if we want. And it's always talking about the one that we're talking about. So let's try this again. Next. So what are some other ideas for the story overview? Let's click next. It's a little bit counterintuitive at this point, but you can see it's firing off when I hit next. So I need to think about how I want this to actually work. But the responses are coming back and it's not updating correctly. But it is printing it out. So what we can do here is let's put a debugger or a breakpoint in the debugger. So fire LLM request for step. For each of the items in the step, if it has an LLM request, send the LLM request. So that's right here. If the response.success, call back user input resp.response. Okay, I see, because we changed this over somewhere else up here. Okay, we commented that out. So we just need to add some extra logic here. So in the send LLM request, we need to set the tbox. We also want to change the first parameter. This is why it's good to not use stale code in the ChatGPT. All right, so send LLM request. callback, the first thing we want is the text box. How can we get the text box here? So self send LLM request. I think I only call this the one spot. So let's see, step items, self inputs. Okay, self inputs at item.name. Perfect. So trying to think which order we want to put this. Let's put it you know what we could do? Let's see, user input. Oh, that's the text box. Is it? Okay, what helps is if we just put a breakpoint here on send LLM request. So it runs the prompt. Let's put one before it runs the prompt, and then when it comes back in. So brainstorm, hit the next. So it's the actual text. If we go up here, so this is a powerful tool. If we're in the debugger and we're paused, we can go up a level, send LLM request. So here we can see what the inputs is an empty. Okay, because that's the actual values that are being typed in. All right, so let's see. Do these have a name on them? Yeah, data name equals. So all we have to do here is find what the name is, item.name, and then we can find. So this is a jQuery selector here. Let me zoom in. Dot editable. This is going to be all of the text boxes. If I, in square brackets afterwards, do data dash name equals. So that's the text box in question. So we'll pass this. Let's see, where were we? In the Fire LLM. All right, so right here we can do var tbox, and we'll pass this into send request before the action. And then what we can do is tbox.text. The callback, I believe, also needs, let's see. The action, yeah, the first parameter of the action should be the text box, just in case we need it. All right. So we'll try this again. So behind the scenes is talking to open router. This is kind of weird, 401. Let me fix the zoom. Let me hide my screen for 1 second. Let me see what this 401 is. Missing authentication header or invalid key. That is strange. Shouldn't give me that. But the other ones didn't give me that error. But let's see what it gives us here. Also, I'm noting I don't like the formatting here. Let's grab some other code. So earlier in my other video, we got this code that was helpful called replace new lines with BR. But we shouldn't need that here. Let's see. It's probably doing a .html somewhere. No. let's see, the tbox dot text is response that. I would think that would work. But let's see here. It seems like you've left some key details out of your prompt. Okay, so it looks like we might have some issues here. 1 second. Okay, cleared the network. So I'm guessing maybe the prompts didn't get sent through correctly. So let's try this again. So maybe we should put some breakpoints so not use all my credits up. Send the LLM request. Run the prompt. We'll put a breakpoint here. And inside. All right, let's try it. So the prompt is going to be, I have this idea for a book. Okay, it's not swapping out the placeholders. So again, we can look at our call stack and go up a couple levels. See how it's building up this. So the prompt is just, if you can see here, I have this idea for a book. And I'm to convey what are some. All right, so it's not going to be able to succeed with that. So what went wrong here? Prepare prompt. So we can put a breakpoint. Breakpoints are our friends here. Prepare prompt right here. And I can just call this part directly from the console and trigger it. Even though I missed the boat here. Huh. Didn't put a breakpoint. Or didn't pause. Oh, because we're already paused, probably. So let's just go to a new ChatGPT. I have this code, and it's not properly swapping out the placeholders. And it's always good to give an example. So the prompt in this case so we'll say, for example, and then where is it supposed to even be getting these? We might already, sometimes just by formulating it as a question, you can figure out what's wrong. Self.inputs is probably the issue. What are our self.inputs? So this should be a collection of all of the, so maybe, I think we could fix this. Oh, so this is the part that we need to not comment out that we did. So the input is this dot text. No, it's not. Shoot. There's a couple ways to solve this, but let's just do this. So up top, we'll make a document.ready. So this runs for one time when the page first loads. And this function gets called. So whenever we have a certain class with, or actually we want to do document.on, input, should be the main thing we need actually, input. So anytime something changes in a text box, which text box? Well, that's that parameter there. I need to look up the class name. But let's figure out what we're listening on. Editable. So anytime a dot editable changes, we want to get the, what is it called? Name equals this dot data name. And we want to also get the plugin object. So this dot closest AI workflow manager CC. So bear with me. I know it's a little bit technical here, but once we get this then we can hand it back to ChatGPT and take it to the next level. So what's the data object here? AI Workflow Manager. This will give us the object, the plugin object. All right, so the plugin object we now have, we could just do plugin object dot inputs at name equals this dot val, which means whatever text is now in this text box, we're going to take the plugin object and set the inputs at the right spot, the name of the input. So let's refresh, hope it doesn't use my credits. All right, so we have the plot of the book here. We have what we want to convey, hit next. It's weird that these fire right off the bat, if I'm reading this right. See if we can figure that out while we wait. Okay, maybe because current step is we'll put a breakpoint the next time around to figure out what's going on. So we hit the next here. So now it's talking behind the scenes to Open Router. So it's talking to these language models. For some reason I'm using Quen, which is not the best. Shoot, didn't work. A couple other things I like to do for debugging is make a global variable, AI workflow, mgmt, and then set it equal to the response of this plugin. Also, I have this up here. It's probably not updating the inputs correctly. And actually, sorry, I'm not even showing my screen. Like this should work, but I almost want to phase out all of these inputs. I don't like this methodology. Instead, what I want to do is the user input is self.element dot find dot val, and it's going to find. Actually, no, we already have tbox here. Although I do like this idea of restricting this to the element in question in case we have multiple. But tbox.value, user input, prepare prompt. I do like that better. Let me find any other places we have inputs. So prepare prompt. Instead, what I want to do is return self.element.val. All right. And this time around, let's put a breakpoint on the send request so I can figure out why is it sending. Okay, I broke something. Missing close parenthesis on this line. Okay, don't have enough. Or I have too many parentheses. All right, that should help. And the beautiful thing is we only have to build it once. So we just work through a couple of issues and then never have to worry about it again. All right, so same thing down here. Fixed. All right, there we go. So let's provide the overview of the story. Let's provide what we want to convey. Hit next, brainstorming. So I don't think it hit. So this time around, we didn't get that same error, which is good. Now we get an error. Item.name isn't real. Should just be P1, sorry. Sloppy. All right. Hopefully this time it goes through. So again, it didn't work. So let's put a breakpoint here. I thought I had some. And let's just hit this button again. So also, I don't like the way that's working. On the button, we should have the step number that we're on. So let's move step. So this is something called an attribute. We talked about ID in class earlier. Those are special attributes, but you can also put your own attributes. So I can put step num onto the button itself. So then when the button is clicked right here, we want to, and I'll just take this off at this point. Instead of doing current step plus plus, I don't even think I need current step, really. I'll do var next step equals parse int plus 1. Parse int will be of this, which is the button, dot attribute step num. And then workflow next step. But that's not really a huge deal here. So fire LLM requests for step through here. Okay, this is key. This is the prepare prompt. Let's just try this out. So that's not good. Let's put a breakpoint right here. Zoom in for you. So it's trying to find the value of overview. And what does this return here? Empty string. What does this match? Editable. Oh, okay. So sorry. It's not .val, it's .text. I think text would be better. And let's find any other spots. It's a content editable. It's not a text box by design. So let's do this again. Hopefully we pick up some speed here. Sorry for the delays. Why are we getting 401s? It's frustrating. 1 second. Missing authentication header or invalid API key. Let me check my headers. Oh shoot, did I just show my... Meant to do this. I'm sorry. I don't think I showed my key, but now I'm kind of scared. Let me reset my key. Better safe. There's only like $5 on there. So it's not too bad. I can just reset my key here. I don't know if I showed it. I don't think it even is in this request. But it's better safe than sorry here. All right, swapped it out. Now, why is this not working? So it definitely didn't send, you're an assistant who, all right, so let me make sure I get the order right here. Config, then client. It should just be super simple. Nothing's going easy today. Missing authentication header or invalid API key. Let's just try it again. Well, it's not going to work now. Let's refresh. Not even showing my screen. So let's also put a breakpoint, send LLM request, run the API. So yeah, right here would be good. Why is it not hitting in the breakpoints? That time it didn't even fire. So for each of the items, so fire LLM request for step. I'm going to put a bunch of breakpoints. Okay, if step, it's probably this. If step num is less than, let's put this somewhere else. I thought I was just going to make a couple changes and then hand it back over to ChatGPT, but I want to get it to a better spot. So let's find next step. This is where I was working. Okay, so the current step, I want to fire this off right there. Try that out. This is the weirdest thing. Okay, never mind. Thought I updated this. So if step number is less than, oh, that's fine. As long as the step's not over the permitted length. All right, we got to make up some speed here. This is terrible. So it's firing now. That's good. Step through. So for each of the items, there's no items. Try that again. Okay, that was my first button. I clicked the second button. Now let's see if the T box was found. Yes. The user input. Prepare the prompt. Step in. So let's try this block by itself. Hopefully it's working now. Self is not defined. Really? Oh, I need to go over a step. Sorry. Take two. Okay, so it's actually swapping it out. That's good. Just hit play. So now we're at run AI prompt. It's got the full prompt. It's going to open router. I should probably switch out of Quen 2 because it's not the... Maybe Llama 3 would be better. Llama 3 is from Facebook. I mean, there might be even better ones. Let's go to Open Router. I think they have like a rankings for I don't know if a role play would be the best for this. Writing. I'm looking for like some I don't even see writing on here. We can try out some different ones. That's what we can do. That's a good idea. So let's go to console and just copy the prompt. And then we can go to the prompt page here. And let's just go direct to host. Although, shoot, now I have to change, I've got to change the API key. Because I don't even think I showed it, but just out of an abundance of caution, just save the $5 that are on the line. It's not a huge deal, but all right, let me just put my key in place here so we can play around with the different model options. So if you don't know what an API key is, basically it's your password. And it's important because if anybody gets your key, they can spend your funds, which you don't want. Now, thankfully, a lot of these sites have it so that you just like put a couple bucks in. So there's not too much at stake. But some of them have like an open limit, which you don't want to. You don't want somebody getting a hold of them. So let me see if this works. I think it's going to work. Let's see. Also, I want to go straight to the host in the future, but it's thinking. So I'm trying with Llama 3 70 billion, which is the latest from Meta. They also have something with a 400 billion parameter model. So more than 5 times bigger, between 5 and 6 times bigger. But they haven't released that yet. Okay, so this is interesting. The illusion of freedom. Explore the theme of how social media creates a false sense of freedom and autonomy, while in reality the government and corporations are manipulating people's thoughts and actions. I mean, that's pretty much what I already said, but I like it. The power of information control. It's pretty good. The commodification of rebellion. Perfect. Psychological toll of surveillance. I mean, these are all pretty good. Fragmentation of society. I'm going to skip that one just because there's some other good ideas here. So I'm adding this to my overview. Maybe I should have like a themes section here. But you know, I think we have a winner here as far as models that we're going to use. Oh, actually, I used Together, which is a different provider. So that's not even a really good test as to whether I hooked in my open router connection properly. Let's give me 1 second here. Okay, I think it's working. It's funny because I have a much more intensive approach to talking to these LLMs, which includes things like Pinhole. That's a big one, where I can spin up a server, say like a $5 a month DigitalOcean droplet, and then I can set up SSL. That's like HTTPS. And then I can basically use that as a proxy server to get past any requirements that some of these providers have. I think Fireworks, for example, doesn't let you talk to it straight unless you're on an SSL connection, which is weird because their server is SSL protected, so anybody talking to them should have encrypted traffic. So it's a little bit over the top as far as security to require the other person to have an SSL connection too. But, okay, that's good. It seems to take my new key. So let's scroll through here, see if there's any other ideas. And ultimately, we want this to happen on the other page, but might as well take the ideas where they come. Okay, those are pretty much what I want. Here's some additional ideas to consider. Normalization of surveillance, the cult of personality. That's a good one, cult of personality. Suppression of critical thinking. The exploitation of emotions. The illusion of choice. Fragmentation of identity. The dangers of echo chambers. All right, let's stick with that. It's probably more than enough. All right, let's go back to this page. So this was kind of the moment of truth, and then I dovetailed off because we ultimately, I think, want to use a different model. That's the other thing. So let's go back to here. It's interesting to see that Llama 3 70 billion instruct is now topping the list at Open Router. That makes sense. It used to be Mixtral 8x7b. What's the price difference on these? 59 cents, 79 cents input output versus 24 cents, 24 cents. And just to give us an idea, let's use the 24-cent one. 8x7b through Open Router. So much cheaper. And what am I looking for here? Oh, the name of the model. And we'll plug that in. Again, if you're just joining us, we have a whole series on my alternative YouTube channel where we've covered a number of these exercises where we try to build something from scratch using AI. And it helps me kind of it gives me some opportunities to discuss things that have been on my mind because I've been kind of obsessively thinking about these new tools and how we can use them. All right, so I'm trying to find where the model is hard-coded here. Okay, right here. So changing this. All right. I was kind of curious how Mixtral 8x7b does. Censorships, important, mind control. A lot of these are the same. It's amazing how similar. The importance of truth could be a good one. The cost of dissent. So I'm just trying to keep a little list going here. All right, back to the point. So it's talking to Open Router, trying to get some responses back, and hopefully it'll fill in these boxes. Okay, we have a breakpoint, which is good. So T-box, is this editable here? What are some things we can convey with the story? The response comes back. Looks pretty good. I just want to make sure that we got the right prompt here. I think we're probably fine. So here's a quick lesson about the network tab. This is a really important tool when we're developing websites. Console we've been using. Console lets us run JavaScript in the context of the breakpoint if we're on the debugger. Inspector lets us see the HTML elements and try out different styles on the right here. Network tab lets us see all the times we talk to our server or different servers. And for each of these requests, we can go to the request object and the response, I should say request data, response data. So in this case, I'm asking, you are an assistant who helps with creative writing tasks. I don't know where that came from, but I'm glad glad we picked that. That's perfect for this. So I have this idea for a book, and so it did properly put that into the text here. It asked Qwen to 7b, which isn't probably the best for English writing. But let's see if I do want to continue along here. Boom. So it put it in as the text. Now, one thing that's weird here is, so we see the /n, that's the new line character. And I'm not seeing the new lines being respected in this text. So let's go to ChatGPT. Say, I have a content editable div, and I'm setting the contents with jQuery.text function, but /n new line breaks are not being respected. So it says use HTML to set the content and replace. Okay. But what about if there are HTML special characters? Can you make this? So it's basically saying escape the characters and then swap out new lines with a BR. So that's HTML tag for break. Can you make a helper function with this? Set text with line breaks. It's not the best name, but whatever. We'll fix that. It's always good to have good names, or we get confused. All right, so replace and escape text. Well, let's do replace line breaks and escape text. And we don't need div ID. We'll just return the HTML content. Or let's just do return. So now we can call this, instead of doing .text. Not there. Not there. But here. .html. Call the function first. Okay. So I really like using these LLMs for like these quick coding tasks. It gets trickier when you're asking it for something complex like this, but it can still do a decent job, and I think we should... You know, actually, let's talk about this, because there was a very interesting video. I've given this guy some grief in the past, and I might have been a little bit off base. I don't know. I still don't really trust him too much. Speaking of cult of personality, it seems like there's a bit of cult of personality around this guy. What's his name? Andrew Karpathy or something like that. He's been at like Tesla and OpenAI and somehow a big personality. I don't really trust him, to be honest. I think he's probably going to lead people astray in the long run. Just my guess. I hope to be proven wrong. But he's come out with a couple of interesting videos where he does from scratch teaching people how to make, in this case, a language model. A GPT-2 quality language model with 124 million params. So I thought that was pretty cool that he did that. And he had this part in the video where he pulled up the white paper from OpenAI talking about their GPT-2. Keep in mind, they're on GPT-4 at this point, 4.0. And he mentioned here this series of graphs. He was talking about how they train their models and they have a number of checkpoints along the way of incrementing size models. And then they run these different downstream task metrics. So you have like reading comprehension, translation, summarization, question answering. And what we see here is that as the number of parameters in the language model increases, that's the x-axis, we're also seeing an increase in all these different metrics. And also, we obviously know at this point that these companies are making bigger and bigger and bigger models. It's rumored that the current GPT version 4 is 1.8 trillion parameters. And then it seems like also, this is kind of crazy in its own right. 4.0 seems to be much fewer parameters than 4, which is 1.8 million mixture of experts. So they definitely, it seems, cracked some code. They solved some problems as far as how to get the most performance out of even not as big models. So 4.0 smaller model in many aspects just as performant, if not higher performance. It outperforms it on what is it, SysLM? I forgot the name of the site. But there's like a battle site where people go and you put side by side two LLMs against each other and people vote. And it scores it just like they score chess grandmasters with the ELO system. And 4.0 is beating 4. So the obvious question is, and I think ChatGPT is purposely sitting on their hands at this point, what would happen if ChatGPT used all the tricks they came up with, all the research they've been doing that got them such high performance with 4.0, and they applied that to something as big as 4 or bigger? So basically what I'm wanting to show here is that this is an interesting video. I shared it right away on GroupDiscover.com, which is an awesome website that I made and that supports this work. And I have all the videos that I find that I think are worthwhile and interesting, I share on here. And so if you want to support the show, we're running a 50% off sale. You can sign up with the coupon code anti-poison. Get 50% off for life and get all these videos. There's over 27,000 videos. More get added all the time. You can add videos when you sign up. And it's just a community for like-minded people to share notes and share these awesome videos as they emerge. So you would have seen this for a couple days now. But what's interesting is basically these scaling laws. And there's still the question of like, okay, if we keep scaling this up, are they just going to keep getting better and better? And my point here in bringing all this up is we're playing around with these models because they're fascinating. And it's fun to think about, okay, even at this potency, at this level of power, how much can be accomplished plugging into these models? What's the most effective way to get our work done with these models or take our work to the next level as a force multiplier? But then in the back of our minds, we should really be thinking about what's coming down the pike and what are our enemies equipped with that they haven't released to us? And what can somebody do with a huge budget, such as our enemies have, that we can't do on our shoestring budget? And we should defend ourselves accordingly. So long story short, I'm just trying to think about how these scaling laws will play into the future. In 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, where will these models be? All right, back to this code. I've got it off on a tangent. Number of them. Okay, but this is going to format the text better. Replace the lines and escape them. But let's play this out here. It says, your concept for a dystopian novel is intriguing and ripe with potential. Truth, manipulation, and the power of information. Here's some high-level ideas to expand and enrich your story. The illusion of freedom, the role of technology. So we already kind of got some of those, but I haven't pasted it in yet, so I can see why it would bring them up again. So what are some other things we can convey with this story? Conveying a sense that something is amiss in both the fictitious world and the reader's reality can be a powerful narrative tool, inviting readers to reflect on their own experiences in broader social, political, and environmental issues. I just threw that in there. The illusion of normalcy. Highlight how characters... I like that. Illusion of normalcy. The complexity of truth. It's interesting. So I'm just kind of keeping a list here. And this is how I think of these workflows working. Like if we were to going back to the agents question, because a lot of people are talking about agents this, agents that. If you just set an agent to start writing this script, like they would probably bark up along a lot of trees that we don't want it to. I mean, and then you'd have like 500-page book. And then what? You're going to go through and delete all the stuff you don't like and flesh it out. It's much better to have an outline, have the game plan, have the strategy, and get that perfect. And then you can implement that strategy, and then if it deviates, you can be like, nope, you got off track. This is the strategy. So I actually have a lot of ideas about how to tie, and this is just an example, but it's an interesting one. If you're synthesizing fiction, how do we do this in a way that can be scaled and that can really save us a bunch of time? Now, why am I writing fiction? Why am I thinking about this? I don't know, to be honest. It's just, I think it's good to think of a lot of interesting challenges. I've got like a whole laundry list of interesting challenges that I keep like thinking about, and whenever a new tool pops up, whenever I find out some new way to tackle problems, etc., I think back into my mind about all these different challenges and problems that I'm facing, and I'm like, oh well, that one and that one and that one could be helped. And so I think it's good to have a number of things we're trying to solve, even if it's not immediately important. But like I keep saying, like this AI art stuff and the AI video stuff, we aren't too far away from being able to spin up a movie to your liking. So if you can just spin up a movie to your liking, what would you have it say? And I'm not a big movie person. I was when I was a kid. I watched a lot of movies. They get you like chasing those emotions that a good movie can provide. But then you just find yourself watching so much garbage and sifting through so much bullshit for some gems. So I don't do it. But if you could create the movie, that's a totally different story to me. So we're not far off from anybody in the audience being able to make your own feature-length movie and post it to the whole world. Okay, so the cycle of history is kind of interesting. You see how it kind of injects a lot of concepts that they want people obsessing about. Like the importance of collective action, the importance of community and connection, which I don't mean to naysay too much, but we see how these things are weaponized, is the point. Look at this, environmental degradation and sustainability. So we're still going to be getting a lot of BS in the movies that people make in the future, unfortunately. Shout out to Rita. Rita says, sounds important, is something that we should know. This is really great. But will this still be helpful if the grid goes down? That's a great question. And that's something they keep bringing up, Rita, with AI. They keep talking about how, oh, it's going to use so much power and we don't know if we can keep powering the thing. So I'm pretty sure we're going to have some psyops in the future with tons of blackouts and them having to ration the energy, and I'm totally against that. Rita also says, I wish you the best and pray for God's guidance in what you are doing. Thank you so much. Rita says, the tangents are helping me to better understand all this. I'm very glad. The tangents are very helpful to me, but I feel like I'm being a little bit self-indulgent. Just getting off track. But that is one of the key points here, is to be able to express ourselves. All right, so onward. So characters and plot, provide a character list for the story. Provide plot ideas for the story. What is a big... So there's something wrong with the whole flow here that I'm not liking. So in this case, I'm just coming up with more ideas to add up here. That's right. But then when we move on to characters and plot, I do want its ideas, but then I also want to have my own ideas. So how does this work? Because I want to have a character list. Let's see how this is defined. Characters and plot. Provide a character list for this story. LLM prompt. For my story idea, overview, with the themes, what to convey. What are some character ideas? And what I could say is, here's what I have now. Character list. But that's kind of tricky because it's referring to itself, which is fine. I don't see any reason why I can't. But the first time I send it off, if I don't have any items in the list, it will it might get confused. Although it should be able to figure this out. So we'll just put this here. Here is what I'm currently thinking. And then we'll put in the curly braces, character list. And then down here, please provide plot ideas for the story. Same thing. I'll just copy this. Here's what I'm currently thinking. Plot ideas. So what is the big plot twist or twists in the story? Here's what I'm currently thinking. All right, so for the story with these themes, how should it begin? I mean, I could put this for each of them. Although, I need to put some more thought into, I don't know if we'll be able to accomplish it today, but I need to put some more thought into how to flow through this worksheet and have it in a way that we can define it for any given challenge that we're working on. So if we're writing lyrics, for example, if we're writing a short story, which is kind of like a shorter book, obviously. Let's see. Here's what I'm currently thinking. Chapter outline. Here's what I'm currently thinking. Finale. That's probably fine for now. Let's refresh here. Share my screen. All right, so now we have a much longer provide an overview of the story. And maybe I should put some more context here. Here are some key themes to explore. Put that here. And then we scroll down. What do you want to convey? All right, we click next. And we click next. This is a little bit redundant at this point. What are some other ideas for the story overview? So it's thinking. And then for characters and plot, we should probably come up with something to start with. So here's some additional ideas. So I'm a little bit annoyed because it's doing BR and it should not be doing that. So tbox.html, replace line breaks and escape text. I thought we fixed that. Okay, we did fix that one. So this isn't working. This doesn't seem to work. So going back to this chat I have with ChatGPT where it tried to give me some code. This doesn't seem to work. It's putting BR in the text. Even though I'm calling it like so. That's weird. That's weird. It's I don't like that response. Let me see. Let me just edit this. Here's what I have now. It seems that your issue might be that you're using HTML to set the content. Oh, okay. No, I think the issue is Is the issue that we're replacing... I see it now. The new lines first and then escaping the BR tag? Yes, you're correct. Okay, so the order here matters a lot. So it was escaping it after it swapped it out. I think that'll help. So it's always good as we walk through just to keep an eye out for problems. It doesn't, obviously it's not a huge deal breaker, but all right, that's fine for now. So characters and plot. Sophie, the main protagonist. You know what? What we can do at this point is let's copy this and go to ChatGPT and do Control-K to make a new chat. Can you make me a character list for this book idea? Now, this is ultimately what we're trying to do in the workflow, but I mean, it's not a huge idea. It's not a huge problem if we have to spin off. Okay, it's giving me some characters. Sophie, Sophie's father. Ethan. Olivia. Dr. Marcus. So it does seem like a lot of the ideas are kind of mediocre. I mean, there's a lot we could do with these characters, but I'm wondering how creative it can really be with coming up with plot twists and interesting ideas for the story. Which makes, I mean, I feel like coding might be what the... Oh, whoa, look at that. We got downgraded to 3.5. That's a problem. That'll hurt us. So let's go to 4.0. We want to run it with the latest. We can also click this button down here. It just put me on 3.5. What the heck? Let me hit stop here. Please no sub bullet points. And just put a paragraph for each with their info. This is much better. Continue. I need all of the characters. It's interesting that 4.0 and 3.5 both gave me Dr. Marcus. I wonder what that means. All right, so this is giving us some ideas for the character list. All right, that's 10 characters, probably okay for now. What else here? So, plot ideas for the story. We can just edit this prompt. So again, what I'm trying to convey here is that if we take even what seems to be a very complex issue, like writing a book or making a very complex system with web technology, or writing lyrics for a song, which I don't know if I'll have time for today, but that can be very intricate as well. You have to think about what you're trying to accomplish in the lyrics. You only have a certain number of syllables. For example, a 3.5-minute song at 120 beats per minute is only, I think, 420 beats total. I could be wrong about that. But there's a lot of like really intricate wordplay that goes into writing a great song, the lyrics of a great song. And so you have to think about all these different rhyme ideas, all these different word choices, what you want to say in each verse, what you're trying to accomplish overall. And if you look at these as like big puzzles that we're trying to solve. And then you throw as much technology at it as we can to help us solve each component part. I think we can make these seemingly insurmountable challenges surmountable. So here's a plot outline. Introduction to Sophie's world. Sophie is a child. The strange incident in her father's disappearance. So why does it keep going to 3.5? What the heck? What the heck? It's so annoying. Just trying to throw me back on an old model. The catalyst incident. Sophie's father, once a loyal government worker, stumbles upon classified information that reveals the extent of government control over social media and public perception. See, this is where I'd probably want to change it because I don't think the government controls social media. I think that they're all controlled by a hidden hand. Let's give it some notes because this is where it gets good if we get picky. I don't want the government to be in control of the whole world / controlling social media. I want there to be a secret cabal controlling both corporate and governmental levers of power. And we'll just keep like line iteming all the problems we have here, just as an example. And my point here is that you don't need to have this tool that I'm making. This is very easy to accomplish in a bunch of different ways. Just thinking about and breaking down your problem into different component parts, utilizing ChatGPT to help you brainstorm, being very picky and following up, being like, oh no, change this, change that, change that, change that, change that. And I think this is so much better than what we're being pushed into with these AI agents. You know, it's all about workflows. But I do think there's a huge power to automating our workflow, which these APIs can provide. And just throwing some interface to guide the process, I think is really helpful. And I have a bunch of ideas on the interface about, trying different models out, being able to switch between the two, saving your favorite responses, trashing the ones that you don't like, doing follow-ups, like we're doing here, doing follow-ups. All right, so let's keep going through here. So his behavior changes drastically, becoming paranoid and secretive. Shortly after his behavior change, he mysteriously dies from a sudden illness. The official explanation is a heart attack. But Sophie finds his private journal containing cryptic notes and hidden messages that suggest foul play. That could be interesting. Sophie's awakening. She is a typical carefree user of social media, believing in the freedom it offers. However, her father's death plants a seed of doubt. She starts noticing inconsistencies and hidden patterns in the content she sees online, leading her to question the authenticity of the information she's consuming. Sophie discovers an underground network of internet activists who share her suspicions about the government. She becomes involved with this group, learning about their efforts to expose the truth. The activists reveal that many high-profile influencers, who seem to be dissenters, are actually part of a controlled opposition network. These influencers subtly guide their followers towards action that harms themselves, like taking anti-fertility drugs and cyanide under the guise of rebellion. That's pretty good. But as for the pushing of anti-fertility drugs and cyanide, it's not simply for rebellious purposes. The dissenters are convinced that the government is let's see. The dissenters are scared into believing that they'll die if they don't take the poisons. Fears of cancer and parasites and viruses are used as dark psychology to trick the dissenters into chemical lobotomies. And sterility drugs. All right. Joining the activists, got that. Uncovering the network. Sophie starts investigating the influencers, uncovering their real identities and connections to the government. Again, the influencers are not controlled by the government, but by the secret cabal that controls the government and the corporations. Oh, let's also add here for the last item. The government mandates people take poisonous, I'm not even going to say this word, we'll just say drugs, on a regular basis. But the dissenters who don't want to and evade the poisonous drugs have to be convinced to take other, even worse drugs. Sound familiar? Again, the influencers are not controlled by the government. Okay. The leader of the controlled opposition network is a charismatic influencer with a massive following. Sophie uncovers how this person uses their charm to build a cult-like atmosphere, demanding blind loyalty from their followers. She exposes how this leader exploits their fears and desires to maintain control, manipulating them into self-destructive behaviors. Perfect. Suppression and conformity. Sophie witnesses the government's efforts to suppress critical thinking, promoting a culture of conformity and obedience. Schools and media outlets discourage independent inquiry, teaching people to accept information without question. Not sure about the timeline here. Oh, that's fine. She becomes a vocal advocate for critical thinking and media legacy or literacy. All right. Sophie uncovers how the government and corporations create the illusion of choice, offering a variety of options that all lead to the same controlled outcomes. That's perfect. She exposes the limited and predetermined nature of these choices to the public. Sophie shows how social media algorithms create echo chambers, reinforcing existing beliefs and preventing exposure to diverse perspectives. She challenges people to seek out different viewpoints. So where's the twist here? Friends and fellow activists are imprisoned, tortured, and killed for speaking out. And then here's the end of the book. Sophie and the activists plan a major expose aiming to reveal the government's control and the truth about the controlled opposition network. They hack into a national broadcast to share their findings with the... I don't think that would work, though. It says the government responds with a brutal crackdown, but the message is already spread. I don't think that would actually work. I don't think this is actually work given how brainwashed everyone is. In the aftermath of the uprising, yeah, there's not going to be an uprising. That's kind of the hard part. How do you end this book? I like Fahrenheit 451, the ending of that book. where Montag flees the city, and I think it just blows up behind him or something. What happens at the end of the book? And he finds the book people, and they just are kind of outsiders to the whole situation, this whole crazy dystopia. We'll put that. Maybe something more like Fahrenheit 451, where they flee the grasps cabal by leaving the city. All right, let's see what it comes up with. Fire that off there. Sophie's father now works for a powerful corporation closely tied to the government. He accidentally uncovers information about a secret cabal manipulating both corporate and governmental powers to control society. He becomes paranoid and erratic. He tries to warn Sophie in subtle ways, leaving behind cryptic messages. See, it's getting better. His behavior changes drastically, becoming paranoid and erratic. He tries to warn Sophie in subtle ways, leaving behind... Oh, we already read that. Shortly after this change, he dies under suspicious circumstances. A sudden illness is the official explanation. Sophie finds his journal with clues hinting at the truth. So I think it would be better... that instead of Sophie finds the journal, Sophie is perplexed at the incongruities, is that a word? In the explanation of his passing and how government officials descended on their house, confiscating all his effects. This doesn't add up or something. So I'm just pointing out how we go back and forth, and we are very picky. We're not letting it write the book for us, but we do give it... So there's different approaches. You could spec out every single part of the book, or whatever you're working on, the larger work. You could spec out every single part of it and then say, okay, write this for me. But then you're not going to really come up with any new brainstorming ideas. Or you might, but it's sometimes more interesting to sit on your ideas and prompt and just give it a vague prompt and see what it comes up with. And then kind of take what you want from it and then correct it and then give it more and more and then kind of keep walking up. And it's amazing how it can come up with new ideas and connect the dots and actually flesh out a story. And we want to have rails to a certain extent, keeping it on track. But sometimes a more vague prompt will come up with options that if you try to spec everything out, you wouldn't have come up with. And the whole process could be faster. All right, so let's just scroll through this. We mostly read this. Looks like it got my changes. The government, this is great. I'm not even going to read that, but it's perfect. This is a great section if you want to pause and read that. So I think this is better. Okay, let's read the end here. Sophie and the activists plan a daring escape from the city, aiming to flee the cabal's grasp and find a safe haven where they can regroup and continue their fight. They face numerous challenges and close calls, but their resolve is strengthened by their shared mission to expose the truth and reclaim their freedom. In the aftermath of their escape, Sophie reflects on the cost of dissent and the importance of truth. The struggle against the cabal is far from over, but they have taken a crucial step towards true resistance. The ending could still use some work, but for now, what was I going to do an update for here? I think it'd be better if instead of finding the journal with clues, she's perplexed at the congruities in the explanation of his passing. Let's just do one more revision. So I understand I've kind of gone off on a tangent here, but this is kind of the next text box that I'm working on. So we have the characters now. We have a good plot outline. And then the big plot twists is the next thing. All right, so let's just copy these in place here. The character list. So again, we're dividing and conquering the work to be done in this larger challenge of writing a book. What are the plot twists? I'm trying to think of a good plot twist. Let's see what it comes up with. And I'll be right back. All right, so we got something back. Here's some potential plot twists to consider. Sophie's father is still alive. That's almost too much. Despite being told he died, Sophie discovers that her father is actually in hiding. I don't know about that. The controlled opposition is a government experiment. Okay. Sophie's online activities are being monitored by her father's old colleagues. The anti-fertility drugs have an unexpected side effect. We already know they're neurotoxic and genotoxic and cancer causing and all this stuff. So I haven't seen a good plot twist yet. The government experiment is kind of interesting, but I don't know. It's not really what I'm looking for. Sophie's online persona is a creation of the government. The government is not the only entity controlling the narrative. Sophie's memories are false or altered. That's kind of interesting. The controlled opposition is a smokescreen for a larger threat. They're not the main enemy, but rather a distraction from a more sinister force or plot. Well, we already know that. Sophie's actions inadvertently aid the government. Yeah, that's a good one. Who hasn't been there? That's actually perfect. Because at first she thinks that she's helping. Because she's saying, oh, look, they're forcing us to take these drugs. And, oh my gosh, these scary parasites and the viruses. And look, these guys are saying they're having good success with these drugs. And then she finds out she actually helped in the sinister agenda against the dissenters. That's good. The story is not set in the future, but in an alternative present. Okay, so a number of things here. Another thing that would be nice is, all right, let's see what we can do going back to the Rita says Sophie's father is really a clone. That's funny. All right, so let's go back to the actual task at hand here, which is the AI workflow management. But you see how this could be kind of fun to manage a number of these story ideas, and it's like a puzzle. Like, I had a family friend growing up. He was an older man, but he would just sit at his desk and like do these like 1,000-piece puzzles or whatever. And that's how I feel with this. It's like we all know how long a book is and what a good amount of action in a book would be, or a short story. And the question is like, can we conceive of a situation that has that much action and that much interesting development? You know, I really like fiction with symbolism, obviously. And like, how much symbolism can you pack in to a moderately sized book? It's an interesting intellectual pursuit, I think. And it's also a little bit more resistant to censorship, which is a big benefit too. I can pretty much say exactly what's going on in the world through telling a story about Sophie that I can't say on YouTube otherwise. Okay, but let's go back to this. This is the plugin that we're working on. Let's just, now that we have a couple, let's advance here. So I want to go to this page because it'll let me copy the HTML and the plugin in one go. So also I'm trying to find, I think I had a little overview section here. Making a jQuery plugin. This is the objective. Okay, perfect. So speaking of automating workflows, I have this here for helping me build out these prompts for ChatGPT using the latest code. So I can just put here overview. I like placeholders if you haven't guessed. And then here's the usage. What just happened? We refresh. There we go. So now I can just hit copy prompt, and now we can basically do some iterative improvements here. So I'll just paste this. Hopefully it has the object. Oh no, it doesn't have overview. Where did I go wrong? Is it objectives? Objective, okay. Objective. Copy that. Come on. That should have worked. Objective. All right, I'm just going to paste this. I got to fix that. Take 3. When the placeholders don't swap out, it confuses it. Okay, so I want a small button next to the prompt label that allows me to copy the last LLM prompt that was used. So we'll say, please make these changes. All right, what else? I also want after the workflow to be able to specify a number of prompts that will be prompts with placeholders that will be populated with the contents of the boxes along the way. For example, for the book writing workflow, I want prompts for each of the chapters that provide all the book info, the outline, and clearly instruct the LLM to write the chapter in question. What else? Just trying to think of things to throw at it here. That's one of the major things. So I want a copy button here so I can go take it to ChatGPT and it'll automatically have all the other parts filled in. We already did that with jQuery plugin designer from the last show, or a couple back. And I think that's good for now. Let's try that. Can't think of anything. Okay, so it's going to start by giving me the HTML, which will have the example usage here. One other tricky part here is the outline of what should happen in each chapter of the story. I'm guessing we need to have like one chapter per line. And then when it comes time to generate the book, we'll have a bunch of different prompts for each chapter saying, here's the outline, here's what we're trying to accomplish, here are all the themes, here's et cetera, et cetera. But here's the chapter I want you to write. Write this chapter. And it should know the big picture, but then it's only doing one of the chapters. I also have some ideas about how to represent such data in a database in a way that is really flexible and helps us make alterations later. And I think breaking it down to chapters and paragraphs and having IDs for everything, and then also, well, let's add to it. I already ran this command earlier, or these questions for ChatGPT. Let's do a follow-up here. Try again. Never use varchar. Always use text data types. So varchar, if you have varchar 255, if you have anything longer, it's not going to let you fit. Also, add summary. Is summary good? Do we want it to be objectives? So in the database, we're going to have a record for each chapter, and then a row for each paragraph. So the paragraph should have a content, but I also want to define the outline within this structure. So also add, let's just call it summary, text field for both chapters and paragraphs table. All right, let's go back to this. Continue generating. We're going to need to hit. So it's not doing what I want it to do. That's a problem. So coming back over here, what I wanted to do, and maybe we should just dream this up ourselves and pass it over to it. So these are all the workflows. But then we also want generate queries, maybe we'll call it. We can call it anything we want. And we'll make it an array of objects. The first object, the first query, we'll also call it, what do we want to call it? Let's call it like query name. It's also going to be tricky. How do we do this on a... Let's think. I'm trying to think of how to best define this because, yeah, for example, for the jQuery plugin, at the very bottom, we generated one big query that I just copy and paste into whatever LLM I want to use. But what about if we want to make one for each chapter? So in this case, each chapter would be a line in the text box with name chapter outline. So let's think about this. We could just do query name chapter. Let's just put a placeholder I. Chapter 1 generate prompt. Or let's call it generate prompts. Or final prompts. Final prompts. Prompt name. Chapter I generate prompt. And then we're going to do just say for each of the chapter outlines. And then LLM, oh, then we'll say prompt template is this. And then we need another example for not just the chapters, but what else? I mean, that's the main thing we're doing at this point. We're trying to flesh out the chapters, right? But I think we should have a special one. It's kind of tricky because we have what should the story begin? How should the story begin? What's a good opening? That's something that only pertains to chapter 1. So prompt template, maybe we should have prompt template can be either a string or a function. If it's a function, what are the parameters here? It doesn't really need parameters. But we could have like if, we could have, okay, the parameter is I, chapter number. So if I equals 1, so we'll just have to tell it to start it counting at 1. Then we also want to include this text box up here, which is story opening. Oh, we should also pass in data object. So data object, that's story opening. So we'll do var prompt equals, and we can just put it all right here. So I'm writing a book. I have this story idea. So we'll copy this. I am writing a book. Here is the overview. And I'm trying to convey this. And then what we could do is if I is equal to 1, so if it's the first chapter, we'll add to the prompt, the book should open or should start with this premise. And then we could say else if I is equal to, this is where it gets a little bit tricky here. How do we check if it's the last chapter? Actually, how about we always throw that in there? Instead of only doing it on the last chapter, we'll do prompt plus equals, the book should end with this premise. And now where should I tell it, not story opening, but now we also need to tell it the outline. So prompt plus equals, this is the outline for all the chapters. Let's call it the plot outline in the book. And it's data object dot chapter outline. And then also we want to say, here's the character list. This is the character list. All right, and then the book should end with this premise. And then, so I'm writing a book. I'm going to just make sure we hammer this point home. Your task is to write me chapter number I. So I will be whatever chapter number we're on. This is going to happen for each of the chapters. And then at the end here, please write me a perfect and complete chapter number I. And then we return prompt. All right, so hopefully this gives it some more context about what I want. So it's always a good idea if it gets totally off base on the second reply or the first reply to your prompt. I usually like to go back up and edit the initial prompt. So I'll say, here's what I'm thinking as far as the new usage. Please, shoot, I hate how it scrolls. I don't know if you've noticed that. Here's what I'm thinking as far as the new usage. Note the final prompts section, which should be rendered at the bottom of the workflow after all the stages and once the final generate all prompts button has been pressed. Note the for each option, which will use every line in that specified text box. Starting the count at 1 and will generate a prompt for each of them with I corresponding to the line number. All right. Let's fire this off. So that's one great thing that I've quickly realized here is that when we're writing code, you don't have to really specify in English all the time. It can understand the code. So if you just give it an example of what you want, it should be able to roll with the request. All right, so let's see what it comes up with here. This is my favorite use of ChatGPT. There's like definitely a bootstrapping process, which can be a little bit tricky. We kind of got its first proposal as to what to do, and then we had to go back and forth and edit and debug and work out the kinks. And then we can just take all that code that's somewhat nicely polished and we can just throw it back and say, okay, add these features. So let's see. Step 3, characters and plot. Step 4, outline. Final prompts, so it picked up on that. It's basically exactly what I handed it. It'll be interesting to see if it actually got this, though. So we got to click Continue Generating. So I'm just going to copy this as is into both our HTML. Let's see how many more lines. Only 2 more lines? That can't be right. I don't trust that. Let me try copying just the plugin declaration. I really don't get how I added all of this and it's only 2 more lines. Okay, because I was already editing. Okay, I did it in place here. I thought it was in a new tab. That makes sense. Okay, and then here's the plugin. We can copy this, and you'll run into problems if you don't do the if you don't send fresh code every once in a while and start a new chat. That's a big thing that I've learned, because especially if you're making a bunch of edits and alterations directly to the files, and then you go back and ask ChatGPT for something else, and it gives you all this new code, and you copy and paste it, you're going to lose those edits you made. I'm also seeing it's giving me current step, which I don't really need. We'll just change this to 0 in the init. Okay. So let's try this. I'm just making sure I have everything copied. Okay, let's do a refresh. Okay, I'm also going to change the styles here because it's a little bit annoying. Let's change this and fix this. So somewhere in this plugin, it's putting these labels. Workflow item, fine. Content editable, true. Copy. So why is the copy? Okay. So what I really want. See, I'm not even that great at this structure. So let's just ask ChatGPT here. I have this jQuery code. Instead of, and we can copy the label and the I, which is the little copy button. So instead of this, I want to wrap it in a div like so. Actually, do we even need that? I think the problem is that this label is just going the full width. If I did display inline block, yeah. I think that's better. So we'll just put this on. I think I already have a rule for label. Yeah. All right, that's easy. So let's do provide an overview of the story. Got this in my notes. Dystopian novel about a woman named Sophie and her childhood in a world with social media and the illusion that everything is wonderful and people can express themselves freely. There's a weird incident in her childhood where her dad's behavior changes. He learned the truth about how... I actually wanted to change that. I had where the government controls the masses, but I think we changed that to... discovers information about a secret cabal manipulating both corporate and governmental. It's better. It's always interesting, too, if you forget to update stuff and you have some old ideas, it'll use those. So we have to make sure we're actually prompting it because it can't read our minds. So we'll just change this parenthesis part. Let's see. He died shortly after of a sudden illness. She tries to figure out what's going on. Okay, so I think that otherwise we're good. What are we trying to convey? A sense that something is wrong. Is that even a word, fictitious? I think so. Okay. So we'll hit next. Shoot, it went back to doing this. Where'd it get that from? I mean, we can hide this, we can comment out this empty thing, but I'm concerned that it just took it upon itself to go back, even though we changed that directly already. All right, let's try it again. What are some other ideas? So let's also watch the network. We'll hit next because we're... Okay, so it's asking open router. I'm glad we're not getting that 401 error anymore. So it's thinking. It could definitely be clearer about what it's doing. So let's just take the opportunity to see if this workflow is buying us anything. The personal is political. What is that? The personal is political. Explore how Sophie's personal experiences and relationships are inextricably linked to larger political and social issues. They always want to push these ideas. See, that's why we need a human in the driver's seat with the vision. The blurred lines, okay. The rise of alternative narratives, whatever. I think we got the parts that we really wanted, and then it's trying to fill in all the gaps that we skipped over. What are some other things that we can convey? The power of ignorance. No, I'm going to not do that. Okay, so that's fine. We hit next here. Actually, shoot, I should have put the character list in. So we'll wait for the responses. Sophie, Alex, Maya. Maya would be an interesting character, but there would have to be like a, I don't know. It's an interesting name. All right, so I'm going to put our other character list in instead. Please provide, and it would be better if I didn't have to have like a notepad with all my ideas that I'm saving and copying and pasting. It'd be great to build that into this interface and have some database power in it. So provide plot ideas, the mysterious disappearance. So I'm not really liking what the suggestions are there, so we'll skip over that. What are some plot twists? Let's see. It's still trying to make it so Sophie's father is still alive. Sophie's actions in it. So the plot twist that I liked was the one that's we had this previously where Sophie's actions inadvertently aid the poisoning operations. So instead of, I mean, that's pretty good too. Sophie initially falls prey to the alternative poison cult of the controlled opposition. And inadvertently, it helps them propagate their dangerous what's a good term? Their dangerous lies. She also inadvertently provides the government or the corporations, the evil corporations, with valuable information or insight, further entrenching their control. This could lead to a sense of guilt and responsibility. That's better. So that's the plot twist, although that might happen pretty early. We need another plot twist. So it would be good. That's another thing. I want to be able to have like a follow-up. Ask a follow-up. Like, we need another plot twist later in the book. All right, so we'll hit... So the problem here too is we need a next button. So step 4 outline should really have a button down here, because generate all prompts is going to fire too early. So let's see if we can figure out how to do this ourselves. So let's find where the generate all prompts. So if step number is less than self.options.workflow.length -1. You know what? We could just probably take this -1 off. And let's open up a new tab here. And try this again. So here's the overview of the story. Here is what we want to convey. See, this is what I want. We're getting to the point where we're just throwing tons of text around. Working towards the ultimate goal. So characters and plot. Now we have that. Actually, there's one more step. So characters and plot, catalyst incident. What are the big plot twists? Shoot. Also, I'm realizing... So it's updating and replacing the text as we go along. So there's definitely some problems here. Like, I don't know if we'd want to have like versions here or put side by side. Like, there's so much more to be developed here, because it's a big undertaking, especially because we want it to be able to handle all these different types of large works, like coding or songwriting, like, lyric writing, or book writing, short story writing. So a problem here is that it's replacing the text automatically using the starting point of what I already had, but I don't really want it at this point, because I've kind of already fleshed it out. I don't want them to inject their communist propaganda into my story here, so I can go back and just replace it, but it's not the best tool right now. And I do want to publish this at some point so people can get the most out of it. And I don't really like how it's flowing at this point, and I'm not showing my screen. Sorry. So it's swapping out text as we go along here. All right. So also, I'm confused about which page we are on there. I think we're over here. So next, the outline. I'm curious what it comes up with here, but at the same time, I need to update all these other text fields and think about how to do that better. So coming back up here, these don't get updated. That's good, but these are getting updated wrongly. Actually, we don't care about step 2. This is where... I mean, it does give us some more ideas here. Let's see if there's any good ones here. I mean, it's the same... It's actually taking a lot of the detail out and asking like follow-up questions to enhance, which I don't really want. Okay, story ideas. Consider adding more tension. Themes of freedom. All right, we got all this. So I've got to think about how to proceed such that it doesn't clobber the initial work that we've paved. But we can just keep a separate document for now. I think like having an undo button would be nice. Maybe we can ask for that with ChatGPT. Also, I'm going to be mad if it keeps bringing back the empty that I took off here. All right, while we continue, let's see if we can go back here to copy the prompt, come in here, and we'll see. Please provide an overview of the story. Okay, so I want there to be versioning on each of the text boxes, such that I'm also curious. I know I'm jumping around, but if I hit copy here, does this work? Prompt copy to clipboard. I think it worked. Given this story overview, does it just cut off there? Is it copying the response, maybe? For my story idea, I'm so confused here. I mean, it should be the character list for the story. Should be, please provide a character, or for my story idea with the themes, what are some character ideas? Okay, it actually did work. It's a little bit confusing, and I think that might need some work because when you fill in the placeholders, there's just so much text that like the little instructions in between get drowned out. So I can see how it might get confused. But back to this. I want there to be versioning on each of the text boxes such that I can revert backwards or forwards if I don't like new values that get replaced. Maybe as part of setting the .html of the text box, it could save the existing text in the data, in the .data of the element to be leveraged with small font awesome icon buttons at users' discretion. Let's see what that comes up with. Okay, but back to this. So that's the character list. This is the plot outline. What are the big plot twists? The main one is that Sophie's actions inadvertently aid the poisoning operations. And so here I wanted to try. Let's click this button. Hopefully this will work. I should have opened up the... I could always run it later if it doesn't work, but... Okay, there we go. So, how should the story begin? What's a good opening? The story begins with a seemingly idyllic scene. Sophie's family is gathered around the dinner table, laughing and chatting as they share stories about their day. Reminds me of the book The Giver. The atmosphere is warm and loving, with the parents Mark and Rachel beaming their pride as they gaze at their daughter. Interesting. So they're posting on social media, taking a video of it. The opening scene serves several purposes, establishing the illusion of normalcy. Theme of social media foreshadows the cracks in the facade. Chapter 1, the incident. So another key thing that we're starting to see here is the difference in formats that we'll often get. But I also like, if I hit this copy button, I can go over to ChatGPT. Control K starts a new chat, paste that in there. We can see what ChatGPT gives us. So that before was Llama 70B, which isn't as good as ChatGPT. Let's see what ChatGPT dreams up for the intro. Sophie stared at the holographic display floating above her wrist. Luminescent images and words casting an ethereal glow on her face. See, what's cool is we can already see how this would translate into a, into visual depiction of this. How it's already kind of storyboarding itself out. So when the AI video capabilities come along, we can actually spin up movies. Like, that was something I heard a while back, is like, how long is it going to be until we can actually make our own movies like The Truman Show, for example? And one of the key aspects there is, even if you have the capability of spinning up videos, say even with consistent characters, the problem then is, how do you dream up something that's interesting enough to make into a film? And this approach is showing us one way to do it, which is, you've got to divide and conquer the larger problem. Start with the core of what you want the message to be. What's the plot? Who are the characters? What are you trying to convey, et cetera, et cetera. And then you start outlining, and then you can flesh out from there. So it's interesting to think about. And we basically have like writing assistant here, a number of them, to help us brainstorm and then flesh out. So she's looking at her watch. Seamless integration of technology into everyday life was supposed to be liberating. So it's interesting too. It's writing this as if like already trying to go for the book approach. Like, I mean, it's writing it like fiction, not like outline. Her father, Dr. Henry Anderson, had always been a man of routine, working for the government's Department of Innovation. That's pretty funny. His life was governed by predictability and order. A few weeks ago, something changed. I mean, this is pretty good. That's a little confusing. That's, yeah, I'm a bit confused how quickly he died in that paragraph there, but it's still interesting. But yeah, I don't know how much that helps me here. Let's say, just give me the premise. Don't write the book. Let's say brainstorm. And that's another thing, is like, I found doing a lot of work with the coding with these LLMs, there's certain processes that are fruitful and others that you're like running uphill. You're fighting an uphill battle. And what we need to find is like, what are the prompts? Are there prompts, first of all? And if there are prompts that are beneficial and fruitful, what are they? And how do we divide up the larger tasks into these prompts that it can just knock out of the park? So brainstorm 5 opening premises. Don't write the book. Sophie receives an encrypted message from her father's old communication device. I don't like it. Sudden shift. Sophie's father abruptly changes his behavior, becoming paranoid and secretive. He starts building a hidden room in their house filled with survival gear and cryptic notes. One night, Sophie overhears a frantic conversation where he mentions the secret cabal. That's pretty good. Overhearing a conversation might be good. And then shortly after he dies. That's decent. We'll put that in the notes. overhearing a conversation is believable, and then he suddenly dies. Public announcement during a live, widely broadcasted government event. Sophie's father makes an unexpected and cryptic statement about hidden powers before he's abruptly cut off. The forbidden research. She discovers a locked drawer in her father's study containing a detailed journal of his research into government and corporate collusion. Nah, I'm not feeling that one as much. The mysterious stranger. A stranger approaches Sophie at her father's funeral, handing her a flash drive and warning her to trust no one. Okay, I think we're gonna go with number 2. So we'll put that in the box. Put that in this box. So write an outline of what should happen in each chapter of the story. That's a lot of chapters. Probably too many. Let's go to ChatGPT for this one as well. Chapter 1, Chapter 2. Let's rephrase this. Please put 1 chapter per line and a paragraph explanation of the storyline in the chapter. We only need 12 chapters, let's say. So again, it's putting them, that's not 1 per line, that's 1 per 2 lines. And again, this is where the parsers come into play. Having a really good way to parse out these responses, because first of all, we don't want to really pigeonhole these things too much, because then they won't be as creative and powerful. So for example, we should really be able to run with something like this. Chapter 1 and then some bullet points and just combine these into a single line. That's definitely something that we should be able to do. But this will be fine for now. So just for the sake of things, I'm going to not like read over every single thing here as I would if I was actually working on some books. But what I want to do is squeeze these each onto a line. Because that's a big part of the logic that we're cooking up, is we want it to make a prompt for each of these chapters, telling it just to make this 1 chapter. Instead of saying, write this whole book, which it won't be able to do in 1 chat. And even still, we'd probably want to have it do an outline for each chapter at this point. And then read over the outline. But I'm just trying to demonstrate what I'm proposing as being way superior to these AI agents everyone's talking about. And that is a structured workflow that we automate parts of. So it didn't really take into account this idea that we had about this. We'll just, I guess, copy and paste this into here. Okay, so that's our chapter 1. To chapter 12. Write an outline of what should happen in each chapter. It's the wrong page. How should the story end? Let's see what it came up with. Sophie's awakening. The butterfly effect. I thought we already decided they were escaping the city. I'm just going to paste this in there. All right, I'm curious what's going to happen now. Oh, shoot, it's going to refresh all of these. So we definitely have to fix that. I did ask ChatGPT to fix this. Make sure I have... Okay. See, the problem is when I hit next, it's going to go, oh, let me ask Open Router to update all these. Haldrick says, Gnostic garbage, unsubbing. Do whatever you want, man. Because I named a character Sophie, it's Gnostic. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to block you. It's probably an ivermectin shill trying to get people to tune out. Gnostic garbage. All right. See, the problem is then it hit next. Okay, then it should show the generate all button. Let's go back over here. Generate all prompts. So if step is less than self.options.workflow.length. Okay, so instead I want to have down here if step number is equal to self.options.workflow.length minus 1. Add the generate all prompts button. Okay, so we're going to have to do a refresh, but let's also see what ChatGPT cooked up here. Here's the new plugin code. And here's the new plugin code. I wasn't showing my screen. Another tool that's pretty good that I like to use, it's kind of a Windows only thing, but I'm sure you can find diff comparisons on other operating systems. But what we can do is we can put on the left the current code, on the right the new code that the LLM gave us, and we can see what changed. So I'll keep this bit, even though it's commented out. So what changed here? Okay, so it's putting a history object in a current version. I like it. Then the undo icon, the redo icon, it's putting input element.append label item.prompt. Or that's my old code. Now it's doing on input. Okay, no, it keeps that line, but it's putting this other thing. On input, change the history. Put this new icon. Okay, but is it going to do that when it updates the code programmatically? Also, I changed this just now. By the way, what I'm doing there is Alt right arrow takes the change across. Okay, so it is updating the history properly. That looks pretty good. See, that's where ChatGPT can just really save us a lot of time. All right, let's see what it does now. Refresh. So we have these buttons here. We don't really need them all the time, but yeah, let's do a follow-up here. We only need to show the undo button when there are previous versions. And the redo button, when there are newer versions, we can toggle forward to. And it's going to write me some new code there. But we can try it out while we wait. Let's see. So again, the number one point that I'm trying to convey here is to be picky and just keep asking for revisions from the LLM. Be like, well, no, it's giving me this error, or I want it to be better. Here's the problem. All right, so here are, no, that's the character list. So I can hit next here. And then the character list here. Plot ideas here. The big plot twist. Hit next. So at this point, if we look at the network, it's talking to Open Router, which means it's doing these LLM requests. And we'll see when these come in, it's going to swap the text out. We'll wait for this big plot twist to get swapped out there. And then if I hit, oh, nice. Okay, the redo doesn't work. Shit. Let me say, so I always like to go back and edit the, in this case, when I did a follow-up, I said, we only should show the undo when there's previous versions and the redo when there are newer versions. But I also should have said, but I hadn't tested it yet. So I'm just going to go back and edit this and refire it off. The undo button works. But when I try to redo again, it doesn't update the content back. Then I'll say also, we need to show the, okay, so fire that off. So that's a little frustrating that the redo doesn't work. Let's, while we wait, we can put a little breakpoint. Let's see, when the redo button is clicked, it gets the history, gets the current version. So current version is 0. History has just, so we should have probably said this as well. I'm just going to put here, when I put a breakpoint in the redo click handler, so one of my favorite tools is copy in the console. So you can do copy, and then I'll do json.stringify to make it a string, this object. So I'll say, when I put a breakpoint in the redo click handler, I see that the history doesn't have both versions of the text. It looks like the second version was removed when I clicked undo. So I'm still even doubting whether this is the right approach. It's definitely going to give me the flexibility that I need to say, okay, is there anything worth keeping? No, let's, backtrack. But at the same time, there's got to be a better way. I just can't think of it at the moment, and it's been a long show already, so we'll just do this. So while we wait for that, I can get the WinMerge back open. And wait for the new version to come in. We'll compare them, see what it changed. Which is a good sanity check too, if you're developing, just to have a way to see the diffs, the differences, and see, okay, here's what it changed. Is that a good solution or not? And then you can, follow up real quick because you know exactly what it changed. So let's see here. Click the little check button. So I do want to keep this just for my reference. So it's hiding the history icon. It's putting an empty string in history. That's interesting. Versus just an empty array. Current version, it's starting at 0 instead of -1. The hide makes sense. Update history buttons, that makes sense. So it seems somewhat thought out. I don't want to spend too much time looking through it. Update history buttons, there's that function. I think I want this version of my code that it keeps wanting to change back. Otherwise, we'll go with this. So we crossed the 200 line mark for that plugin that we're making. Let's try this again. So now there's no undo redo buttons, which is good. And find my notes. All right, so we'll paste that here. What are we trying to convey? Paste that here. I wonder if it shows the, yeah, it does show the undo button. And then the redo button. Okay, that's pretty good. Next. I mean, every time I hit the keyboard, it's probably going to add to the the undo redo history, which is fine. There's the, oh, sorry, wrong. Skip this. All right, here's my character list. Here's my plot ideas. Here is the big plot twist. Sophie accidentally helped the controlled opposition push their poison. Been there, Sophie. The sudden shift is the intro. Here's the chapter outline, which I haven't really had a chance to vet. I don't know if I like this yet, or really. How should the story end? Okay, so now we have these undo buttons. We also have the generate all prompts. So, I want to come back through here because I don't want these updates. I just want the ones that I already put. All right, so this is the moment of truth. I don't know if it's going to work. Generate all prompts. I do want to put a debugger item here. So we can right-click inspect. We can get, oh, there's no, okay, so let's just find generate all prompts. Here's the click. So the generate final prompts is our key. Code. So we'll walk through this and see how it does. Final prompts container. So for each of our final prompts, of which there's just one, and it's going to look for this, see, chapter lines shouldn't be, I mean, it's fine here. It shouldn't think that it's chapters that we're talking about. It could be anything. But in this case, it is chapters. Let's put a breakpoint here. It looks about right. The prompt, I'm writing a book. Your task is to write me chapter 1. Here's the overview. So the problem, let's see. So there is a problem here. It's not swapping out the placeholders. Let's see, final prompt.prompt template. So what this is running is Going back over here. Okay, I think I know what's wrong. I think we have to change this to just being like this. Data object dot overview. Data object dot what to convey. All right, so at this step, I'm just going to hit play and see what happens. Chapter 1. Huh. It only did chapter 1. Okay, maybe it's because the split on the /n should be split on. Also, oh, I'm not showing my screen, but here's what I'm looking at. So prompt template I, data object, and line. So we're getting close though. We're getting close. So the prompt is, I want to pass the line as well. Also, I don't want to split on /n. I want to split on BR, I believe. And then I want to use the line. We'll put that here. Here is the details for the chapter. And then we'll just put line here. All right, so let's try it. I think this is going to work. Except it would be nice to have a little bit more styling here. So wherever it adds final prompt class right here, prompt element. I also want to append something ahead of it. Let's do like h3 or something, /h3 class equals final prompt. It's just good to put classes all over the place that you can later leverage with styles and stuff in just one fell swoop. All right, so what I want to put here is shit. I could just put chapter number I, right? But I shouldn't, nothing in here should be saying chapters. This should be for each lines. And there should be something in here where I could specify instead of, oh, I should just use prompt name. There we go. Which should be accessible as data object. Okay. Data object dot prompt name. Got it. Refresh. And let's see how it does. So the reason I don't want it to be anything hard-coded as chapter, etc., is because that's just one use case here. The whole point of this is to be general solution to workflowing using LLMs. And I still don't really like how it's working with clobbering the text, and then I have to hit the undo button. But it's not the end of the world. It does buy some interesting functionality, but it's a little bit confusing. Let me give a shout out to William in the chat in Rockfin. Good to see you, William. All right, there's my character list. Here's my plot notes. What's the big plot twist? That's the big plot twist. Next. See, at this stage, it does like a override of these. Maybe I should have a button next to each of them. That might be the best. So instead of It is kind of weird how it's like on the next click. I think that's the big problem. Right now it's when I click next, it goes through and does it, but there should be like a button, like some icon. So I don't have to undo. I only fire it when I want it. That's better. Maybe we'll do that if time permits. So this is the opening. Here's the chapter by chapter outline. How should the story end? We got that in our notes too. Let's click generate all prompts. First of all, I want to make sure we have a breakpoint. We do. So for each lines, it didn't work. Final, so data object, chapter outline. What is going on here? Chapter outline, data object. So there's still a little bug here. So data object is name. So I should just be able to hit play and then just re-trigger this button. There we go. Breakpoints are the best. So our name is overview. And what is, actually we want to wait till the name is chapter. So what to convey, overview, convey, brainstorming, character lists, plot ideas, plot twists, story opening, chapter outline, right? So at this point, this .text, it probably needs to be this .html. Yeah, that gives us the BR. This .text, does that give us /n? I don't even see anything there. Okay, got it. So it should be .html, then we can split by the BR. Now one other thing that'd be nice, maybe we can kill this bird at the same time here. What I'm realizing is I don't really want it to happen on the next click. Right now when I click next, it goes through and it does. Yeah, that's the wrong place. That's the problem. Let's fix this because this is structural problem here. So I'm gonna hit Control K, start a new chat on ChatGPT, grab the latest code. Having some sort of a way to get the latest code in just one click, I highly recommend it if you can figure it out. I'm gonna try to publish this at some point, my code sculptor suite. I've got a lot of code coming that I want to get to people. Okay, so what I wanted to do is come in over to ChatGPT, paste this here, then I can explain myself. So instead of waiting for the next button to be clicked in order to run the, what's a good term that'll jog its memory? This function. I think that's the main thing. I want there to be an option. How should we do this? I want there to be a small button next to the label for prompts with LLM request equals true. What are these called again? Items? Let's call them items. That says run prompt. When the run prompt button is clicked, it will trigger the LLM call only for the item that corresponds, not for all items in the workflow step. Also, please make sure to update the history object and the history undo redo button options. All right, let's see what it can do. All right, so it's printing out the response better it than me, if it can get it right. So I was hoping to accomplish more. I wanted to go through some examples of like writing lyrics for a song, because it's like a totally different challenge doing multi-part, multi-language web application development, front end and back end. But I think people get the idea, hopefully. And I don't want to just, I mean, it's already been too long here. All right, let's see what it did here. So if the item has an LLM request, it adds a little run prompt button. It doesn't look like it's exactly right here, because it seems like there would have to be more changes. It's right to have a run prompt button, but isn't it still... I feel like it's still... let's see. Yeah. Gotta complain at it, be picky here. I don't think that's enough. We need to phase out the old approach of running all the LLM requests when the next button is pressed, in favor of only running the LLM prompts when the new run prompt button is pressed, and only for the one item. All right, so hopefully this goes better. But that's a good use case for WinMerge, so that we can see, okay, what actually changed there? Is that, I don't think that's enough. I don't think that's enough to actually do what we just asked for you to do. Let's see what it says in the intro. Sure, we can remove the old approach of running all the LLM requests when the next button is pressed. All right, so I think that's the right call, because something was very off with that workflow, and I think we nailed it. Hopefully it'll nail the implementation. Also, be on the lookout because soon I'll be posting on my Substack, which is timtruth.com, some more code for the supporters, because I'm very in need of support and very thankful for people who just step up to the plate and help out. So I'll be posting some Python code so that you can train your own neural networks and see how well they do. And one of the key aspects is to be able to visualize it and see, okay, how well does it fit with the sample data, and to generate sample data for different types of equations in both 2D and 3D space and 2D with categories. And I spent a lot of time building this, and I think it's going to help people hit the ground running and figure out what these neural networks can do. Also, if you go to GroupDiscover.com, I have a ton of videos about AI and so many other categories and topics, and members can share videos as well. We have a 50% off deal with the coupon code anti-poison if you want to join us over there. So cur step, next step, just looking at the change here. Okay, so we don't need to fire the requests for this step. And then it's actually taking out the whole function, fire LLM request for step. And it's updating the history buttons when it sends an LLM request, since it knows it's happening on just the one item. This is interesting too. I don't know if this is right. It looks right. It seemed to find a bug here in the replace line breaks and escape text. So let's try it out. Hopefully this gets us to the finish line. Let's try it. So, got to copy and paste some stuff in here. Hopefully this inspires people to build, get out there and build something. Okay, so there's a problem there. Okay, it's putting run prompt. I don't like the placement of run prompt there. I want it to be next to the label. Let's just try it here. Run prompt. If it doesn't work, then I'm going to go complain and tell it to replace it, but it looks like it's working. I mean, it's not the end of the world. Okay, G is not defined. Yeah, okay, so it did... it broke a couple of things here. So I actually want this old thing down there. And but the key problem here is we want to put next, or we want to put the run prompt. Let's just go to the code itself. Run prompt. This is the only place it has it. Run prompt. And then up here, so item element.append label. .append copy item. .append undo icon. .append input element. So instead of appending this right here, we're going to put this down below. I like that better. So also the run prompt button, let's just make this way better. So right now, well, here's what we can do. We're going to make it a div and not a button. It'll still act like a button. And then, actually at this point we need to probably, and we should have already probably done this. Let's find all the stuff that we need to, small copy icon, workflow item. These should really be in their own style class, or style file. Label, input group. So up through there. So we have a link already. We can just do copy that. So the href is js/AI workflow manager.css. And then we're going to save this, AI workflow manager.css. And there's also something we should do here just for good housekeeping, and that is confine all of these rules. They have to be within this parent class. So if you put something before another selector in CSS or jQuery, and there's a space, that means all the descendants. So in this case right here, all the small copy icons that are within this other class. So you can really get into fine tuning and precisely selecting what you want. So run prompt button here. I want to do font size 13 pixels. Display inline blocks important. Since we're using a div to represent a button, we need to do cursor pointer to make it more inviting to click on. I like padding 3 pixels, 7 pixels, border radius, say 9 pixels. Let's do background blue. We'll change that. Color white. All right, so let's try this again. So, gotta get my notes. It's the overview, what we want to convey. Hit next. Okay, so now we have these run prompt buttons, and we'll fine tune the color in here. Put a little margin left, 10 pixels on it. Get some spacing. We're getting close though. So now I want to try, let's make it a little bit smaller. And maybe a little bit more padding on the left and the right. Make sure I save these off. It's the worst is when you get the style just right and then you forgot to save it. All right, so let's see if we hit run here. Check my network. Yep. It's asking the LLM for some other ideas for the story overview. That should respond soon, and then we can hit the undo button. Ah, shoot, it didn't work. Couple of problems here. Okay, no, that's fine there. So the undo doesn't work when I hit run prompt, or there's no redo button that shows back up. All right, so let's just whine at ChatGPT. Close, but the redo button doesn't work when I click run prompt and then click undo button. So we're closing in here, closing in. Hopefully what I'm trying to do is demonstrate like what is programming with ChatGPT really like? What are the tricks of the trade? And what are some higher level patterns that we can leverage and exploit? And I think the big one is that we should be using workflows and not agents. And always having a good interface, I think, is a great way to get more work done. Like, I don't know. You see people that'll just be so afraid of making a front end that they'll be doing things in the command line, which is fine for some things, but the more you can get it into the browser, the better. And it's worth taking time to get the functionality right, to make the buttons behave as they should. All right, so let's see what we can do here. So these are the differences. I want to keep this the same because I changed that for the better. Let's just bring over these updates from over here into the code, and we'll use what's on the left here. All right. I have a good feeling about this. So we can click run prompt. You can see it's talking to the server. I'll hit run prompt here as well. Talking to open router, which again is an aggregator of all these different providers out there that serve up these LLMs. And it gives you one endpoint that you can talk to. And what's also awesome is it shops around for the best price for each LLM. Okay, so it returned this response and that response. If I click the undo button, it should go back, and then redo brings it back. Nice. Nice. Okay, so then if I click next, characters and plot, put the characters, put the plot ideas, the big plot twist, how does the story begin? Outlined by chapter. Now this is an interesting one because this gets broken down for the final queries. Because it's going to say, here's a query to run to generate chapter 1. Here's a query to run to generate chapter 2. And then the final thing it's asking for, how should the story end? We don't need a next button here, but that's just minor. Generate all prompts. Boom, that was quick. Oh, I don't think it worked. Seems to be some issue there. So let's just walk through it. Generate all prompts. So this is the function that gets called. Click this again. Step over. Okay, so this is good. The for each lines, there's 12 of them. And so we're going to loop through each of these 12 lines and then call .prompt template with I starting at 1, data object, actually I think it might have worked, other than the undefined part, which is this. Data object, no, it should be, let's see. It's not data object.prompt name, it's final prompt.prompt name. Okay. And is that the only issue? Let's exit out of this. So undefined will be fixed. Chapter 1, generate prompt. Chapter 2, generate prompt. So I don't know why it's saying chapter 3 generate prompt. I don't really like that. Okay. So this is what I really want. I'm just going to put prompt here. And then this here. All right, I like that. Here's what we're going to try. Let's try it. All right, there's 1, 2, 3, 4. And now it's not like clobbering my responses as I continue down, which is much better. All right. This is supposed to be the big plot twist. So I messed this up a little bit. There we go. Hit next. Here's the chapter list. How should we end? And it gives me chapter 1, generate prompt. Chapter 2, generate prompt. So let's try these. Here's my chapter 1, generate prompt. Here's my chapter 2, generate prompt. And we'll just do 3 of them. Actually, I kind of liked that one. I lost it. That's all right. Okay, it looks like it's getting it, so. It reads pretty well. We could even have it read to us. And I can speed it up in the console. Document.get elements by tag name. Audio at 0. Playback rate.
Chapter 1, Introduction to Sophie's World. In the not-so-distant future, the world was a place where everything seemed perfect. Social media platforms buzzed with vibrant colors and endless streams of smiling faces. People shared their lives with a sense of boundless freedom, every post a testament to their happiness and self-expression. It was a world where every problem could be filtered out and every imperfection could be edited away. Sophie Armitage lived in this seemingly flawless society. At 22, she was accustomed to the constant hum of notifications and the perpetual scroll of curated content. Her life appeared idyllic, with a circle of friends who shared the same polished experiences and a family that, on the surface, was as perfect as any other. But beneath this veneer of perfection lay a different reality. Sophie's father, Robert Armitage, had always been a beacon of stability and warmth. A devoted husband and a loving father, he worked as a software engineer for one of the leading tech firms. His demeanor was calm, his presence a source of comfort. However, everything changed when Robert began to act strangely. It started subtly. He became more withdrawn, spending long hours in his study, his brow furrowed in concentration. He stopped engaging in the usual family activities, his laughter fading into a rare occurrence. Sophie noticed the shift, but her father's explanations were always vague, his assurances that everything was fine doing little to quell her unease. One evening, Sophie came home to find her father in the basement, surrounded by an assortment of supplies. Cans of food, water bottles, first aid kits, and cryptic notes littered the floor. Robert was building a hidden room, a secret sanctuary within their own home. His face was lined with worry, his hands trembling as he worked. "Dad, what's going on?" Sophie asked, her voice tinged with concern. Robert looked up, his eyes wide with fear. "Sophie, you need to trust me. There are things happening, things that I can't explain right now, but I'm doing this to protect us." Sophie's confusion grew. She had never seen her father like this, so consumed by paranoia. She tried to press him for answers, but he remained tight-lipped, his behavior only growing more erratic. He started avoiding the outside world, his interactions with his colleagues and friends dwindling to nothing. One night, Sophie overheard a frantic conversation through the thin walls of their home. She crept closer, her heart pounding in her chest as she strained to listen. "They're watching us." Robert's voice was hushed but urgent. "The cabal, they control everything. The government, the corporations. We're all just pawns in their game. I've seen the evidence. We're not safe. None of us are safe." The conversation ended abruptly, and the house fell into a tense silence. Sophie's mind raced with questions, her father's words a chilling echo. Who were they? What cabal was he talking about? And why did he believe they were in danger? Before Sophie could confront her father, tragedy struck. Robert fell ill suddenly, his robust health deteriorating in a matter of days. The doctors were baffled, unable to pinpoint the cause of his illness. Sophie and her mother, Helen, watched helplessly as Robert succumbed to his mysterious ailment, his once vibrant life extinguished far too soon. His death was officially attributed to a rare and aggressive disease, but Sophie couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to it. The cryptic notes, the secret room, the frantic conversation about a cabal, none of it made sense, but it all seemed connected. Grief-stricken and confused, Sophie found herself grappling with the fragments of her father's secrets. In the days that followed, Sophie stumbled upon her father's hidden room once more. She began to piece through the scattered notes, each one a puzzle piece that painted a disturbing picture. Diagrams of networks, lists of names, and references to covert operations filled the pages. There were warnings about surveillance, mentions of mind control, and detailed plans to expose the truth. The more Sophie delved into the notes, the more she realized that her father had uncovered something monumental. The seemingly perfect world she lived in was a carefully constructed illusion, controlled by powerful entities manipulating every aspect of society. Her father had seen through the facade, and it had cost him his life. Determined to honor her father's legacy and uncover the truth, Sophie made a silent vow. She would investigate the mysteries he had left behind, piece together the clues, and expose the sinister forces at play. Her journey into the depths of a dystopian reality had begun, and there was no turning back. As Sophie stepped out of the hidden room, she knew her life would never be the same. The perfect world she once knew was shattered, replaced by a haunting awareness of the lies and control surrounding her. Her father's voice echoed in her mind, a reminder of the imminent threat they faced. With a steely resolve, Sophie prepared to confront the dark truths lurking beneath the surface, determined to find justice for her father and reclaim the freedom that had been stolen from them all.
So, fairly interesting there. I think there was some decisions that I thought we had made along the way that didn't really get respected. Um, I don't want to get too much into the story writing here, but I think it's fair to say that, I mean, it wrote pretty well there. The issue that I had is more about design decisions of the plot. It seems like, though, if we had done a better job of outlining exactly what we want to happen chapter by chapter, it would have implemented and fleshed it out much more to our liking. So the question is, okay, once we divide this big overarching story, then we break it into the chapters, and then we design each chapter, and we outline each chapter. And we didn't really go that far, but you could see how we could do that. So it'd be interesting to continue playing this out in the sense of this plugin that we wrote. AI Workflow Manager. Because there's a lot more to be done. It was pretty rudimentary in terms of how we structured this thing. Just stages in a workflow, and then the final prompts that can spin off of line by line in any given text box previously. But then the idea that, there's a lot more flexibility that we'd want to have built into this. For example, what about the need to outline each chapter? Right? This jumps straight into asking it to write the chapter for us. But there are other stages that I think would be much more helpful along the way. So I'm trying to think of how to do that. Maybe build that into final prompts, pre-prompts or something in here. But this is how I go about trying to solve problems. It's good to generalize things, and like we did at the beginning, think about how many birds we can kill with one stone. Can we build something that's so flexible that it could help us write books, write screenplays, write song lyrics, write web software, etc., etc. And the patterns that we have to solve, to identify and exploit, basically is the idea of writing outlines and high-level decisions, and then iteratively and recursively breaking down those decisions into smaller subdecisions, and then again smaller and smaller subdivisions. So I don't want to rant and ramble too long here, but I think that we covered some interesting ground here, and I'm going to continue to pursue this on my own and then also during live streams. If you're interested in checking out the work that we've done so far in these stream formats, do check out the series on my YouTube channel, link in the description. If you want the code as it becomes available, check out my Substack, timtruth.com. I could really use your support and I'm doing my best to support those who support me. And I do that through releasing the code that I develop. I've been pretty obsessively diving into these brand new tools that we have called language models. It absolutely blows my mind what they're capable of and how we can use them, because it's just a whole new world in terms of, for, like a penny, it can generate a ton of text for us or a ton of code. And the question is, okay, have we really sat and pondered what that means? I've tried to, but I don't think I've really grasped and wrapped my head around what that entails, what that means. It's pretty significant. Now, I don't think that means that like humanity's going to break free from our shackles and rise up against the oppressors, because we're being handed this tool from the oppressors. And they have such a huge budget and probably better models that they can use, et cetera, et cetera. So we're not out of the woods. But to ignore this technology and to put our heads in the sand is totally foolish, in my opinion. They're not going to do that. So I'm going to continue trying to solve these problems and generalize it and solve that problem and so on and so forth. If anybody's interested in collaborating behind the scenes or exchanging notes, you can always email me, timtruth@protonmail.com. Let's see here. Rita says, Tim, this is awesome. Great work. Thank you so much. Or be able to pass on important news by story form without being penalized or arrested. Exactly. Which has always been, fiction's always been a safe haven. Not really. Sometimes people get punished for fiction. I've had songs get banned off YouTube, which is crazy, especially if you look at the songs that were banned. I thought that music would be a refuge, but it wasn't. So, there's still, it's crazy. Like, they're banning artwork and music and fiction. But if we symbolize and encrypt it enough, I think we can really pass along some important messages. And you can reach people who have these mental IEDs, I call them. Mental IEDs, where if you say something the wrong way, they'll be like, oh, you're a conspiracy theorist. You're crazy. The news told me about people like you. But if you can make something like The Truman Show and get them to watch it and not realize what really you're talking about, but get them to feel the emotions that you feel and that they should feel, I think that's a whole new way to go about it that can avoid that thin ice. So I'll leave it there. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. I know that was a longer show, but I thought it was interesting. So I just wanted to stream and share that whole work session. Again, my email is timtruth@protonmail.com. We have a website, GroupDiscover.com, where I share all the videos that I find. So check that out. We have a sale going on right now. 50% off with the coupon code anti-poison. Anti-poison gets you 50% off. And also, if you're a member on GroupDiscover, you get all the code that I put out on Substack, because I'm going to be posting code on Substack. So if you ever want the code, you have to email me, though. Just be like, Tim, I'm a member on GroupDiscover. Can you send me such and such code? I'd be happy to send it to you, because I'm so thankful for your support. So that's another option. If you want the code and you don't want to do Substack, you can unlock those 27,000 videos in that repository. And there's tons of great stuff in there. I'd love to collaborate with people, and you can share the videos you find. I'll share the videos I find, and we'll keep building up that repository. So thank you, everybody. It's groupdiscover.com and timtruth.com. Have a great night. Take care. Oh, and one more thing. We'll be live again in the near future talking about web scraping, which is super important. I've seen videos after video of people talking about how to do web scraping, which is basically pulling information off the internet. And I feel like everybody misses the mark. So if you couldn't tell from that last stream, I consider myself a web developer, especially with the front end focus, although I can do back end as well. But JavaScript is a key language in the front end. And I just feel like nobody knows JavaScript, and they're they're trying to grab information from the internet without using JavaScript, and it's like a huge mistake. So we'll have a stream talking about web scraping and really showcasing the power that JavaScript gives us to get information off the internet. So that'll probably be on my backup YouTube channel. Link in the description to the whole playlist. That'll tip you off to that channel's location. And maybe I'll do it on my main YouTube channel. I'm not sure. But I appreciate it, you all. Thank you for being here, and I hope you have a... Sorry, I muted myself. And I hope you have a great rest of your night. Take care.